chair all situated here. It's probably gonna creak a lot because it's old. What is going on, guys? I know it's been a while since my last stream, mainly because I've been incredibly busy as of recent. I've been working a lot. I don't have any new projects or anything coming out, so I thought, hey, you know what? It's election time. Let's just see what the hell's going on. Today, as we all know, we have Donald Trump running for the Republican candidacy, and Kamala Harris from California running for the Democrat ticket. We also have several states for Senate races in Florida, Mississippi, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, California, Washington, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota, Missouri, Wisconsin, Michigan, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, Vermont, and Maine. And we also have basically tons of districts. These are all our congressmen that are going to be running for houses pretty damn soon. Right now, the only two states, it looks like we have one in Vermont, in New Hampshire, sorry, not Vermont. They look kind of similar since they're right next to each other. They're already starting to run for that district, and it's probably going to be blue because New Hampshire is kind of now sort of a purple state. However, it's not always been that way. It's primarily blue, and it always has been. But it has been tilting to the right as of recent. Yeah, as we can see right here, we've already got one of the counties in New Hampshire already for governor. The governor of New Hampshire for Kelly Ayotte. Is that how you pronounce it? Oh, 5 votes. It's counted 5 votes. Yeah. Oh man, they're in some trouble here. Back to governor, we have for the state of Washington, Utah, Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, North Carolina, Vermont, and New Hampshire that are all going to be choosing a new governor this election season. So it's going to be interesting. The only ones that have started counting so far is Kentucky and Indiana, which right now, Trump, my bet without a doubt is that Trump is probably going to win Indiana and Kentucky very easily. They're deep red states. He's probably going to win Ohio, West Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. Georgia, I'm not sure, especially for, like the Atlanta area. That's some very deep blue areas. But if he can win like areas like Macon and Augusta and Savannah, he may be able to tilt that state because he lost that state by, I guess, maybe 20,000 votes last time. And this is going to be a very key race because it's one of the big states in the Sun Belt. He's going to win Florida. There's no doubt about that. He's going to win Louisiana. He's going to win Texas without a doubt. I'm just curious how much of a margin he's going to win Texas. Especially, in the Austin area. This is an area that has been turning very deep blue as of recent because of all the people from California that have been moving here. Last time, I think he actually won Fort Worth County, and he narrowly almost won Dallas, which is pretty crazy to think about. I think he won Houston, too. I know he lost El Paso and a few of these border counties here, but other than that, he's going to win those states fairly easy. Right now, Trump is at 263,456 votes. However, that doesn't really matter. You can still lose the popular vote by how many freaking votes, as long as you still win the Electoral College. Let's see what's going on. So it looks like, what county is this? Let's see what county this is. I guess not. Looks like he's doing pretty well in Fort Wayne. Is there any way I can see the county? Wish I could see the county. Maybe if I find a better site, because this is just off of Google, and I don't want to use Google for the entire time. There's one county here. I don't know what county that is. It's blue, but it may not be that way for very long. It's Kentucky, after all. All these are going to start shutting down. The first of the polls are going to start shutting down about 7. It looks like the next one is going to be Virginia around 6. 6:30, 6, 6, 6, 7, 8, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 7, 8, 8. Okay. So the first major one that we're going to start seeing is around 6, which is coming up in about 4 minutes. I know it says that it's 4 o'clock, but it's actually 6. So we're going to probably see the polls start opening up for Virginia, South Carolina. I think Trump is probably going to lose Virginia because this is an area that has been turning deep blue, especially around the D.C. area. He's going to, he'll win South Carolina, easy peasy. Georgia is going to be a very interesting race to see, though. Very interesting one. Let's go ahead and go over to the Senate, see how that's going. I think they haven't opened up for Senate yet. The only one I'm seeing right now that is counting for Senate is in Indiana. We have Jim Banks for the Republican Party. I don't really know anything about the senates or the congressmen that are running for each individual state. All I really know is Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and the Senate race that's going on in Texas against Ted Cruz and what was his name? I forgot. We got Jim Banks already winning at 189,702 votes, and Valerie McRae at 119,550 votes. And I'm pretty sure Jim Banks is probably going to win because Indiana is a very deep red state. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't win. Let's see what's going on here in Kentucky for a congressman. So we have James Comer for Kentucky's 1st district, which right now it's only about 7% of the population there is reported to have been voted to be counted. Brett Guthrie of Kentucky's 2nd district, 69.9% of the vote. Less than 1% have reported. I don't think are there any Democrats running? No. Huh. Yeah, I guess there's not any Democrats running in. Wait, is there? No, I don't. Maybe there is, and it could be running unopposed. I don't know too much about the Senate race over there. I just thought this would be kind of fun. Let's see what's going on for House again. Indiana. Looks like most of the stuff. 35% reporting for Republican district. Okay, that's how you look at it. 60.7% of the votes. 35% have already reported. Kylie Adolf. Kylie Adolf? I don't know. Adolf Hitler. Mustache Man. Okay. So yeah, I think probably the only places that are going to maybe lose is maybe Indianapolis. Maybe. Because generally inner cities are a little bit more blue leaning compared to others. Let's see. Jim Barrett Derek Halder. We'll see what happens with all that. Governor. Let's see what's going on with the governor rate. This is... let's see, show all states. Right now, we only have two results that are going on, which is for Indiana and New Hampshire. Mike Braun of Indiana for 57.4% of the vote already. Yeah, but I don't know how much has that been reported yet. Oh, only 12%. Okay, so this still got a way to go. I think. Yeah. And then New Hampshire, which is still, it's only 6 people voted apparently. Apparently only 6 votes have been counted. Okay. What's going on in Kentucky, which Trump is probably going to win Kentucky and Indiana very easily. 12% reported, 6% reported. Yeah, he's probably, even though there's only been that reported, it seems that they've already given them those points already. I thought Indiana was 11 points, was 11 electoral votes. Pretty sure it's 11. And then, what is Kentucky, like 7? 8. Okay, 8. 11. Okay, wow. They've already said that he's going to win. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, well, Florida is just now starting to close their polls. Vermont, Kamala Harris is probably going to win win Vermont. It's a very deep blue state. I don't see any reason why she's going to not win that. Donald Trump, 57.6% of the vote at 252,700 key race. Only about 4% have already voted. The areas that are going to be probably the hardest for him to win probably won't get Miami. The Orlando area is also going to be another one, but we'll see. This is going to be another big state race. So let me go back over to the Senate. Let's see what's going on in Indiana. Jim Banks is 12% reporting, and they pretty much already say that he's going to win. Okay. Yeah. He's basically toppling every county, so yeah. Let's see what is going on in Florida. The U.S. Senate, Rick Scott and Debbie Murkessel Powell. Is that how you pronounce her name? 8% reporting. He's at 518,741 votes. Debbie Murkessel Powell at 404,000. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, they're already starting to take Jacksonville. That's gonna be an interesting one. Now let's see what's going on in Bernie Sanders. They've already given it to Bernie Sanders, an independent. Gosh, how old is Bernie Sanders now? He's got to be in his freaking 90s. Sorry about the freaking 83. That guy's older than Joe Biden. I mean, the vote hasn't even happened, and they say he's going to win. We'll see what happens. House. There's some stuff going around in here right now with all of these areas. This is probably going to be the area for the congressmen that are going to probably lose, because this part of Florida, especially Miami, yeah, this is deep blue, very deep blue area. Up in here, you know, governor. Let's see, governor. Show races. Governor. So it's already 12%. It's only been 12% reported, and it's saying that Mike Braun is probably going to win as governor of Indiana. New Hampshire. The AP hasn't called this race. Yeah, I wonder why. All right, let's go back over to the main course, shall we? So some votes are already starting to come in for Georgia and Florida. Yeah, I think Trump is probably going to win Florida. I think he's probably going to win it by maybe about 8 to 10 points, my guess. But it's really hard to say. 23% reported, and he's at 1.3. Hillary, not Hillary, Kamala is 1.2. Yeah. Kamala Harris, the vote hasn't even come in, and they already said that she's going to win. And I honestly think that she is going to win. But I'm going to see, how much of a percentage that she wins by, if she went up or down. That's what I want to know about. Let's see. So right now, the next big one is going to be around 7. That's when everything's going to start like start coming out. Right now, it's just kind of slim margin. So my prediction is Hillary. Yeah, why do I keep calling Harris Hillary? Vermont. She's gonna win Vermont. I don't know if she's gonna win New Hampshire or not. She probably is by at least 5 points, but still, that's a pretty slim margin for that state. Wow, they've already given it to Bernie Sanders, and not a single vote has been counted yet. Wow. Okay. Senate race. Republican 1 point. Senate race. Rick Scott 1.4. Debbie Murcassel Powell at 1.3. How much of the vote has been counted though? 25%. Okay, so it's still a long way off. House. By the way, once it starts getting to the House and later and stuff like that, when it starts counting Texas, I'm going to be paying a lot more attention to that because it is my home state. I'm very curious to see. Why does it keep doing that for governor? I'm going to go pee real fast. I'll be right back. Bum shabine. Oh. I'm eating some popcorn. I wouldn't. Oh well, 2 votes, but that's why. See what's going on with the Indiana race. Yeah, it seems that Mike Braun is just absolutely pounding Jennifer McCormick. House. I'm very curious on who's gonna win this. Let's zoom in on Florida, see what's going on right there. Rick Scott seems to still be leading over Debbie McCarthy, and only 33% of the vote has been counted. Senate. Donald Trump. Let's see. So Donald is at 2.2, almost 2.3. Kamala's still at 2.1. Let's see who wins this bad boy. That's going to be a pretty important state, which I think Trump is going to win that state. Kamala Harris, 78,820 votes. Donald Trump, 63,000. Where only 3% of the votes been counted. Yeah, this is going to be a very hard area for Trump to get into him. This is what basically lost him the election last time in Georgia. Go back over to the Senate race. It'll be around 7 when we start counting for that. House. There's a lot going on for the House right now. Going on in Kentucky. Probably just about every single one of these districts are going to be red for Indiana and Kentucky. You know that for a fact. Why does it keep doing that for governor? I don't care. I just want to see the numbers. The números. The numbreros. Yeah. Not much for New Hampshire. Mike Braun looks like he's still doing good. Only 15%. And they've already given it to him. They said he's projected to win. But we'll see. We'll see. It is Indiana, so I hardly doubt anything will change. Man, watching this minute by minute. See what the boys are up to real fast. Ping them real fast. All right, now Trump is actually leading in the popular vote. However, once we start getting to the West Coast, and especially in California, that's probably going to change. See what happens. Oh, still is working. Ooh. That'll be interesting. Oh, they're starting to count the votes from Virginia now. It looks like in counties next to Norfolk and a little outside of Virginia. I don't know these counties, so forgive me. What are these little counties? What the hell? You got some weird counties, Virginia. Now that's going to be a very, very important race. Very important race. Let's see, how's it going in Florida? Florida! Trump full of fat. 2.6 million. Kamala's at 2.3. It's going to be mostly Miami County. Trump's going to have to watch out for. But he manages to win all these other counties. Yeah. I wish I could see the counties instead of just seeing more results. Is there a way I can see the counties by any chance, like the county votes? That'd be awesome. I'd really like to see that. We'll see what happens. Go back to Governor. Oh, we're starting to have the votes for Vermont now. Phil Scott and Esther Charleston. See how that goes. House. Yeah, there's quite a few going over there. Senate. That still just blows my mind. Bernie Sanders, it's already projected to win. Bernie Sanders. From an independent party. That's almost unheard of. Gerald Malloy. Bernie Sanders, with only less than 1% of the vote, is projected to win Vermont. That's crazy. Oh. Not even a Democrat. It's literally an independent party. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, he tried to run for president a few times. It didn't work out, though. 92,200 more votes over here. Over to the Senate race. Florida. Rick Scott is still ahead by 3.1 million. Is that 3.16 million? And Debbie McChrystal Powell is at 2.7. 2.7 million. Yeah. I think Rick Scott is probably going to win this because 52% of the votes already been counted. Well, we'll see. Virginia. Hung Sao? Hung? Are you Hung Sao? Hung Sao? Hung Sao. Wahanshiwa Binshine. Binshine Wahanshiwa. Timothy Kane. That's interesting. Never even heard of this guy. I don't know any of these people that are from other states. I'm from Texas, so I'm just mainly focusing when it comes to other than just the federal government. I'm just going to be paying attention to Texas. Mike Braun. Mike Braun. You know, Mike Braun is projected to win. Phil Scott and Joyce Craig. But we'll see what happens with those races. Come back to the presidential race. Vermont, Hillary's. What? Why do we keep calling her Harris? Kamala. Kamala is definitely projected to win Vermont. Like this is a very deep blue state. I highly doubt Trump will ever turn this state. I highly doubt this state will ever be touched again. You got a lot of colleges up in Montpelier and Burlington and stuff like that. So very hippie blue state area. 54% of the votes. He called this race. AP is not called, even though Trump is ahead by over 500,000 votes. Let's see. Right now he's ahead in Virginia, but that's probably not going to last very long. Yeah. 2%, 1%. Okay. The next closing down for polls is going to be at 6:30. So that's going to shut down for West Virginia, Ohio, North Carolina. Yeah, I think that's it. Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina. I think Trump is going to win West Virginia without a doubt. He's going to win Ohio. He's going to definitely take Ohio. North Carolina. Now this is a very interesting race. Yeah, they're not even considering Ohio a key race anymore. He's going to win Ohio. Yeah, North Carolina, 6:30. He's probably going to win Ohio by at least 10. I don't know how much. North Carolina is going to be a very interesting one because you got areas like Raleigh and all these areas, especially on the coast. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's see what's going on in Florida. This is a very important race. 59% have already reported the vote. 3.5 for Trump, and Kamala is just scraping over 3 million. So Trump is still ahead by 500,000 votes, and 60% of the vote has been counted. So we'll see what happens with that one. I know for a fact Trump's going to win Florida. That's been a very red state in the past couple of elections. A lot of retirees and old folks moving to those areas. You got a lot of people from Cuba immigrating to Florida, and they don't like Democrats and stuff like that. So I don't see Florida flipping over. You know. Wow, Bernie Sanders. Wow, that's shocking. Jim Banks is still projected to win for the Senate in Indiana. House. So in 6 minutes, the next polls are going to start closing. For, I believe it was North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio. The biggest one, the biggest fight is going to be North Carolina for those three states. Trump is going to take West Virginia and Ohio without a doubt. It's not even a contest. Back over to presidential election. Kamala Harris is at 6,101 votes in New Hampshire. Now, New Hampshire is a very interesting state because even though it's only 4 electoral college votes, it probably is still going to be a blue state. It has been trending right over the last, decade, and that's kind of interesting. But we'll see what happens. Presidential. Oh, South Carolina. Let's start counting. Trump's going to win South Carolina, no doubt. North Carolina. Trump is probably going to lose Virginia. This has been a very blue state. I think the last time a Republican candidate won Virginia was like in 2008. No. 2004 with Bush, maybe. Hard to say. I don't really remember. 2004, I would have been 2 years old. So, it's 4 more minutes. I'll start shutting down. U.S. Senate race. See what's going on in Florida. Rick Scott is still taking names. It looks like winning by over 500,000 votes. And 61% of the votes have been counted already. Wow. Florida does not mess around, I'll tell you that. Florida, 3.8. Trump is still winning by almost 8 points now, and is still over 500,000 votes in Florida. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Jill Stein. I don't even understand why these people try and run. They know they're not going to win. We're literally a two-party system. We don't allow. Well, I guess Bernie Sanders is winning somehow. It's crazy to me. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is projected to win Vermont of an independent for Senate. Oh. Yeah, show all states. Well, it's showing that Trump's ahead again in Virginia, but not by much, and I don't think it's going to last for very long. And it's only 2% reported. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, three more minutes, and then North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio opens up. Let's see, 64%. Donald Trump is still winning by over almost 500,000 votes in Florida, which that sounds about right. I knew that he'd win probably by at least 8 to 10 points. I don't think I'm going to be paying attention too much to these Senate congressman races because there's just so many. Go back over to governor. Mike Braun is still projected to win. Only 16% of the vote has been counted, and he's at 300,000 votes in Indiana. But in Vermont right now, Phil Scott is ahead, but that's only 6% has been reported. I don't know how long that's going to last. Joyce Craig, 10,000 votes, and Kelly Ayotte for, is this governor race? Yeah, for governor. Which is going to be one more minute. North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio will be closing down their polls. And then the next big one is going to be at 7. So that's going to open up Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, And then the next ones are going to be falling around 8. And then at 9. And then finally the West Coast at 10. And then, the nobody states. These states really don't even matter at this point. What are they, like 3 electoral college votes? Yeah, they don't freaking matter. Yeah, and they're the last ones to be counted too, so I mean, they still haven't called Florida yet, huh? That's surprising. Yeah, Trump's still at 50, is at 3.8 million, and Kamala's at 3.3. That's interesting. What about the Senate? Rick Scott is still ahead by 600,000 votes. So, yeah, they need to call that. Oh, I think they just might have called it. No, they called somewhere else. They probably called South Carolina. No, they haven't. Oh, West Virginia. It was West Virginia. Yeah, they haven't even counted West Virginia yet. Haven't started counting for it, and they already said that he's going to win, which he is. That's probably going to be one of his most popular states. And it's only like, it's 4 electoral college votes. I thought it was only 3. Virginia. I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris is going to win Virginia. Pretty darn sure. She's probably going to win Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. And then maybe Maine's 1st district. What's going on in Florida? 69. Trump is at 4.2 million. Kamala's at 3.5, and it's at 70%. They need to just call it. They need to call that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, they've even... He's winning in Miami County. Holy shit. I don't know if he'll win Miami County. Like I said, I can't really see the counties. I wish I could. Is there a way that I could see the counties? That's still incredible. He's winning in Jacksonville, too. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know about Tampa or West Palm Beach. That's a very liberal county. Orlando, that's a very liberal county. But we'll see. Yeah, 71% vote. 4.3, and Kamala's at 3.6. That's 70. They need to call it. Hung Sao is still ahead in Virginia, but that probably won't last for very long. Virginia is has become a very deep blue state over the last few years, over the last decade. Let's check back over governor. Patrick Morsley is projected to win, and the single vote hasn't even been counted yet. It is West Virginia. I will give him that. So, Mike Braun is projected to win Indiana. So, Vermont, Phil Scott, New Hampshire, Joyce E. Craig. These are going to be some interesting races here, up there. South Carolina, Georgia. They need to call Florida. They need to call it. I don't know why they haven't called it. They're probably not even going to call it until it gets like to 80%, which is ridiculous. They need to call Florida. Virginia, 88,106 votes to 72,000. Like I said, Kamala's probably going to win Virginia. So, while that's going on, let's go back over to the Senate race. Rick Scott is at 4.2, just a little under 4.3 million votes at 53.6%. 70% of the vote has already been called. Debbie McChrystal-Powell is trailing behind at 3.6, at only 3.6 million at 45% of the vote. She's probably going to lose since it's already been 70% of the votes already been counted. Virginia, Hung Sao is now back in the backhand. I don't know if Hung Sao is going to win this because, like I said, Virginia is a very deep blue state. Areas like, Alexandria, Norfolk. Really, this area is voting blue? This far deep? Wow, okay. Well, only 4% of the vote's been counted, so yeah, that's going to be a very interesting race. Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. That's going to be another big one. My home state. That's one I'm definitely going to be paying attention to. U.S. Senate. I'm not really going to pay too much attention to U.S. Senate. If you want someone else, if you want U.S. Senate, go watch somebody else. I'm sure there's a million other people that are doing this. Yen Bailey. Yeah, there's a lot of districts in Florida. So, I might come back and over the governor to it here in just a sec. Vermont. Vermont is only been 7% counted. Really? Phil Scott is projected to win Vermont. Really? A red governor in Vermont? I don't believe that. Only 7% of the vote has been called, so I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I mean, this is Vermont, for crying out loud. I don't believe that without it. I don't believe that. They're calling that Phil Scott is going to win Vermont. I don't believe that for a second. That is a deep blue state. Very deep blue. Joyce Craig is still ahead of Kelly Ayotte. I think that's how you pronounce that. I don't really know. Like I said, I don't know too much about these candidates from other states. I'm mainly focusing, for me, because I'm from Texas, the Senate race in Texas, and then the presidential election. That's what, very important to me. House, yeah, the Senate, the Senate's probably going to be both blue for Vermont and New Hampshire, but we'll see. We'll see. Damn it! Why does it keep doing that? Senate race. Rick Scott is still 71% of the vote has been counted. He's at almost 4.4 million votes, and Debbie McChrystal-Powell is just at 3.67. So she's at about 45% of the vote, and Rick Scott is at 54%. Go back over to the presidential. Ohio. Yeah, Donald Trump leads in Ohio, 87,000. He's going to win Ohio, without a doubt. North Carolina's started counting their vote. 2% reported, 74,096 votes. Donald Trump's at 32,381. It doesn't really matter right now. It's only 2% of the votes been counted. They need to call Florida. This is getting ridiculous because what is Trump at? 4.4? Yeah, he's almost winning by 10 points. That's they need to call Florida. Oh. Let's see, New Hampshire. Two of the counties here are still in the red but New Hampshire's still probably going to be won by Kamala. And Vermont, without a doubt, Vermont. Let me go back over to that governor race. That is blowing my mind. Phil Scott is projected to win as governor of Vermont. That's crazy. Is this guy a left-leaning Republican? Or that's the only way I could ever see him winning, because this is a very deep blue state. I don't see how that would be possible. And they're already projecting him to win. That's just incredible to me. Let me go back over to that senator race. They're still projecting Bernie Sanders to win Vermont for Senate. So let me go back over to, it's almost 75%, and Trump is at almost 9 points ahead. Yeah, they need to call this. I don't know why they're holding off on it. Trump's going to win Ohio. You don't have to worry about that. Now this one right here is going to be a very big race here, Pennsylvania. But Senate, Florida. Go back over to governor. 7 p.m., 9, 10. North Carolina, who's running? Josh Stein and Mark Robinson. Never heard of this guy. Like I said, I don't know too much about these other senators and stuff like that from other states. I don't involve myself with other state politics that much. Trump is leading in Florida by nearly 10 points. He's going to win this state by a huge margin. Yeah. They've already counted 75% of the vote. They need to call. Why have they not called it yet? That's ridiculous. They need to call it. Trump is still leading in Georgia, but for how long, I don't know. That's going to be a very key race, like it said right up there. Kamala, she's going to win most of these states here. The deep blue East Coast and the West Coast, and then Trump is going to win most of the Great Plains states. The Rust Belt, these two states, Michigan and Wisconsin, are going to be interesting. And then Nevada, I don't know if Trump will, that's also going to be another big one. Trump is probably going to lose Colorado and New Mexico, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Keep my eyes peeled. Patrick Morris, they've already projected him. Yeah, they project people to win without a single vote being counted. I think that's ridiculous. But then you have something like this, where 75% of the vote has been counted. Trump is at 4.6 million, and is basically 9 points ahead of Kamala Harris. 3.8 million, Trump at 4.6. Yeah, they need to call this. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Virginia. Kamala is still leading in North Carolina for right now, but this is going to be a very big swing state. It could go either or. It's really all going to start coming down to North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, maybe Georgia. Trump did lose Georgia last time by 20,000 votes. Arizona, Nevada, yeah, those few states on the Sun Belt, and then these two states in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin and Michigan, and then Pennsylvania on the East Coast. And yeah, that's really what it's all going to start coming down to when it's all said and done, when the hammer starts to fall. That still blows my mind. Bernie Sanders is projected to win Vermont for state senate of an independent party. Yeah, I didn't believe that. And this is even crazier to me. Phil Scott is projected to win Vermont, a Republican, for a deep blue state. And Kelly Ayotte is leading in New Hampshire, which is interesting. I don't know anything about Kelly Ayotte, so she could be, just using a wolf in sheep's clothing, President, Georgia, Florida, Indiana, West Virginia, 76%. Trump is at 54.4% with almost 4.7 million votes. Kamala is at 3.8. Trump is probably going to win this state by at least 10 by all said and done. They need to call this. They still haven't called it. That's ridiculous. They need to. Let's see what's going on for the Senate. For Senate, Rick Scott is still almost 9 points ahead. Debbie McChrystal-Powell is still about 10 points behind, and almost 75. Why did it go? 74%. Okay. 7 p.m. Bernie Sanders. That's interesting. Bernie Moreno, and Sherrod Brown. I don't really know these people. Jim Banks is still projected to win Indiana. 21% of the vote has been counted. Valerie McRae is probably, I don't see. It's Indiana. I don't see any sort of blue taking over. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And they're still projecting Phil Scott to win Vermont. That's crazy. Kelly Ayotte is still leading in the votes in New Hampshire. That is interesting. Back to the Senate race. Got another big one with Rick Scott and Debbie McChrystal-Powell. He's still winning by 9 points. 74% of the vote's been counted already. President. 76% of the vote has been counted. I can't believe this. Trump is still winning in Miami County. Yeah, and he's winning. Yeah, he's winning in Jacksonville too. This is going to be interesting, and Trump's winning almost by 10 points right now. Yeah, they need to call it. They need to call it. They're not going to until it hits like almost 80-90% of the vote, which is ridiculous. They know that's going to be a red state without a doubt. Florida, Ohio. The AP is not called. 17 electoral votes. Trump's going to win Ohio, definitely. Let's see. House, GOP, governor. Yeah, I'm not going to be listening to any sort of big news station. I just want to, yeah, because look, all of them are NBC, CBS, Washington Post, all big name brands. Screw off. U.S. Senate race. Jim Banks is still projected to win. I think Bernie Moreno is probably going to win. It's Ohio, so I don't see. Rick Scott is going to win. I think that's pretty much set in stone at this point. House. Florida is looking pretty interesting. There's a lot of, even areas, the Tampa Bay area, West Palm Beach. Yeah, I hate the gerrymandering, how they redraw districts. It's so freaking stupid. Even Miami. What is up with Miami going red? It's Miami. That's supposed to be... Oh, you know what it is? It's all the Cubans. That's what it is. All the people that... Yeah, it's all the Cubans and Venezuelans that live in Miami. That's probably what it is. They don't like liberals. That's what it is. Donald Trump is still leading by almost 10 points. And it's 77% has been called. They need to call it. They need to call Florida. It's ridiculous. In 9 minutes, we're going to see a big, the next big thing. All these a lot of states are going to start closing their polls, so, including my home state, so, oof. Yep, I'm going to start looking over our districts and whatnot. Trump is still leading in Georgia by 300,000 votes. That's surprising. It'll change once they start counting the Atlanta area. But he's actually doing pretty well so far. But, well, how much is... 20% of the votes been counted. Okay, well, he's not doing too bad. Virginia, 19% of the vote. 20% of the votes have been counted. Kamala Harris is leading by about 100,000, a little under 100,000 votes. She's probably going to win Virginia. North Carolina, she's right now leading in North Carolina, but what is it? Only 3% of the votes been counted. Florida. Yeah, Trump is almost leading by 10 points in Florida. Holy freaking crap. And he's winning in Miami County. That's insanity. Miami. Yeah, they haven't started counting any of the counties up in the Panhandle yet. She's probably going to win, these counties in Orlando. Wow, he's even winning some of the suburb counties of Orlando. Like Gainesville and stuff like that. That's crazy. Yeah, Trump's going to take Florida. They need to call it. See what's going on in the governor races. Mike Braun still projected to win. Patrick Morrison. Phil Scott that's still outrageous to me. Phil Scott is projected to win Vermont, a deep blue state. And Kelly Ayotte is still winning by 50%. How much is more leading by? Well, only 12% of the votes been counted. She's leading by just a little over 3,000 votes, but that could change very quickly. Presidential election. Why have they not called Florida yet? Look, Trump is literally winning by 1 million votes right now. Pretty damn close. A little under 1 million, yeah, like 920,000. Yeah, he's almost winning by 10 points. They need to call that. It's ridiculous. It literally is ridiculous. Yeah, and then you have like a race like this. I guess Bernie is just gonna absolutely pillage Gerald Malloy. Jim Banks, 65%. Yeah, he's gonna take that. Rick Scott at almost 80% of the vote, it's already been counted, is ahead by almost 900,000 votes. Yeah, he's almost up 10 points. That's bad. That's really bad. And they still haven't called it yet. Yeah. Indiana, West Virginia, Hung Sao, just a little under 100,000 votes below Timothy Kane. 20% of the votes been counted. I don't think Hung Sao is going to win because Virginia is a very deep blue is now pretty much a deep blue state. You know, especially up and around the D.C. area, Norfolk and Richmond. I just don't see that happening. By the way, I'm staying out of the political conversation of this. I'm just analyzing and looking at the numbers. Whatnot. Senate, House, Governor, House, Senate, Republican Party, President, 80% of the vote. Trump is at 4.9 million, so he's almost still 1 million points ahead of Kamala. He's almost 10 points ahead of her. They need to call this race. That's ridiculous. Updated. So in 3 minutes, a lot of the polls are going to be shutting down for Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maine, Michigan, Illinois, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Okay, so a lot of states. Oh, Kamala is now leading in Ohio. How long that'll last, with only 14% of the vote counted. How long that'll last, we'll see. Okay, she's leading. Let's see. Oh, it's Toledo County. Toledo County is starting to add up their votes. That's probably what it is. Yeah, but all these areas like Columbus, Dalton, all these mid counties, once they start adding them up, she's not going to win. Trump is still leading by almost 10 points in Florida and almost leading by 1 million votes in Florida. Oh man. And they still haven't called it. They're gonna wait till the last second, aren't they? I'm just telling you now, Trump's gonna win Florida. There's no contest anymore. Because, let me see. In Florida, 81% of the vote, just this county here, and then some of the Panhandle, and I think they're counting up the last of the votes. And Trump is still winning in Miami County and Jacksonville. Oh yeah, he's won. He's won that state. Let's go back over to the governor races. In North Carolina, Josh Stein is leading, but only 3% of the vote has been counted. He is leading at 136,000 votes. Mark Robinson is at 60,000. Yeah. We'll see what happens there. North Carolina is a very flip-flop state, so that's, yeah. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. That's a very flip-flop state. Governor of New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte is still leading, not by much, just 1,000 votes. But Phil Scott is still projected to win Vermont, which is crazy to me. Oh, looks like they're starting to have some of the House Senate votes. All these counties are still voting. All these districts are red. These areas, yeah, look. I absolutely hate the idea of gerrymandering. It's ridiculous. This is what happens, how people manage to stay in votes in power. Yeah, you're gonna have San Antonio and areas in Houston that are gonna vote blue, especially in Austin, like right here. You know, you got a lot of people from California moving there. Yeah. They started counting for Texas. Roger Wicker is projected to win Mississippi, which, you know, it's Mississippi, so. Rick Scott is leading still by almost 970,000 votes. He's going to win that. Colin Allred. Okay, Dallas County. That's a very deep blue area, so that's Colin Allred, 520,000. Ted Cruz at 400,000. Yeah, but only 8% of the votes been counted so far. We got a lot of other counties to look at. So for right now, Colin Allred is still in the lead, but that will change very soon because we already got results coming in from Rockwall County. We'll probably start getting from Hunt County and Hopkins and Austin and San Antonio, Houston, Corpus Christi, Brownsboro, Nacogdoches, Pflugerville. Yeah. Go back over to the presidential election. Kamala Harris is leading in Texas right now, but only 8% of the vote has been counted. Donald Trump is predicted. Oh, did they finally call Florida? Yes, they finally called Florida. Good. Kamala is projecting right now leading in Pennsylvania, but looks like, oh, it's Pittsburgh. No wonder. That's Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Those are areas that are going to be very, they're just starting to close down votes here. Georgia. Donald Trump is still leading in Georgia by about 200,000 votes. I'm glad that they finally called Florida. He's winning by more than 10 points in Florida. Yeah, he won. He won that state. Let's see what's voting right now. Okay, Dallas County, Rockwall, Tarrant County. Yeah, those areas are starting to vote. But she's gonna probably win Dallas County because you got areas like Oak Cliff and stuff like that. Fort Worth County actually last time went to Trump, so I do remember that. He was one of the very first presidents to win Fort Worth County in a very, very long time. So we'll see what happens in Texas. Texas has been trending to the left, but it's still a deep red state, in my opinion. She's leading still by about 37,000 votes, but that probably won't last very long. Ohio, Kamala Harris is winning by 200,000. Toledo, Cleveland, Cincinnati, very impoverished areas of our country. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, those are going to be some areas for sure. But only 3% of the vote has been counted. Ohio, only 30% of the vote has been counted. 25% of the vote has been counted. In Virginia, Kamala's probably going to win Virginia. Only 6% of the vote's been counted in North Carolina. I don't know about North Carolina. That's a very flip-flop state. Donald Trump is actually doing pretty well in Georgia right now. He's almost 100,000 votes. He's over 200,000 votes ahead right now. Let's go back over to the governor race. Josh Stein is still leading in North Carolina. So, Joyce Craig has overtaken Kelly Ayotte, but that could change because only 15% of the vote has been counted. Go over to the House. A lot of blue counties. Well, not blue county, blue districts around this area. I wasn't really expecting these areas to be that blue, but they'll probably change though. Austin, that's to be expected. That's the People's Republic of Austin. El Paso County, that's probably going to be blue. Not El Paso County, El Paso District. Yeah. Some of the Houston area, San Antonio probably. But yeah. Go back over to the Senate race. Bernie Sanders is still projected to win Vermont. Crazy. Bob Casey is leading by about 100,000 votes right now in Pennsylvania, but only 3% of the votes have been counted. Ohio, Sherrod Brown is at 620,000 votes, but only 20% of the votes have been counted. That'll change. Texas, Colin Allred is still leading by about 100,000 votes right now. 16% of the votes have been counted. It's mainly just Dallas and then the Austin area. But he's winning in Tarrant. Ted Cruz is winning in Tarrant and Rockwall and Fort Worth and Collin County. So it'll definitely change. Colin Allred's still leading for about 70,000 votes, but that'll change probably pretty quick. Let's zoom out. Florida's been called. I'm glad that they finally did. Took them freaking forever. 87% of the vote. Donald Trump is still. Holy crap! He's leading it by almost 11 points. Good gracious. I mean, I knew Florida has been turning red, but holy crap. Kamala is not doing well in Florida. She's really not doing all that well in Georgia right now either. She's trailing behind. I guess, but only 36% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump's leading in Macon right now? That's surprising. He lost Macon last time. Augusta, Savannah. Those are pretty. It's mostly going to be these counties up in Atlanta that are going to be pretty blue. You see those suckers over there? You see them? Yeah. They have done absolutely nothing wrong, but they're blue. I have always hated the color blue. And do you know why? No reason. Ohio. Kamala is still leading in Ohio by about not almost by 100,000 votes, a little over 150,000. 30% of the votes been counted. We'll see. That's kind of strange. Yeah, there's Texas now. It's starting to shift back. Donald Trump is now back in the lead in Texas. And they're starting to count many other counties around Austin. Is this Nacogdoches County? I don't really know. If you tell me what county this is. I'm going to guess a few of these counties around the Rio Grande are going to be lost. The El Paso County, whatever that's called. He's probably not going to win in Austin, but we'll see. San Antonio, maybe. And probably Dallas, because that is a very liberal area. A lot of people over there. See how he's doing in Michigan right now. 2% of the vote has been counted. 87,000 votes. Trump is trailing behind by 50,000 in Michigan, but that could easily change because they're just counting. This is right in between Flint and Detroit. Oh no, there's Lansing right there. But yeah, we'll see what happens in Michigan. Kamala's going to probably win New Jersey. She's probably going to win Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont. I don't really know, because New Hampshire seems to be a very interesting state right now. It's a state that's been trending more and more to the right over the last decade. Donald Trump's not doing too bad right now. He's down about 15,000 votes, but only 16% of the votes been counted, so we'll see. Donald Trump is still leading in Texas. Go figure. The Senate race right now, Colin Allred is still leading by a slim margin. However, only 16% of the vote has been counted. And it just looks like it's just been Dallas County and this little county right above Austin. He's only behind by about a little over 40,000 votes. But that'll easily change once we start counting all the other counties in Texas. Bunch of counties. Yeah, the gerrymandering and crap like that. Dallas. Yeah, they'll probably win a few counties in Austin and San Antonio and not counties, districts. Probably one in Houston. Probably the one in El Paso. Yeah. Donald Trump is still leading in Texas, and Oklahoma. He's going to win Oklahoma, there's no doubt about it. He's going to win Kansas, there's no doubt about that. He's going to win Nebraska, except for maybe its first district here, which is just the Omaha area. Georgia, he's actually doing pretty well in Georgia right now. But and once we start getting into these other counties, like the Atlanta area, the Augusta, he's still winning in Macon. He's still leading in Macon. Go back over to Senate. Let's see how Hung Sal is doing right now. Hung Sal for Virginia, 30%. Timothy Kaine is still leading, which I'm pretty sure Timothy Kaine is probably going to win because Virginia is a very deep blue state nowadays. So I don't really know anything about these two guys, so I don't really care. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. And they still say that Bernie Sanders is projected to win Vermont over Gerald Malloy, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, voting for an independent party. Yeah, and you don't see that ever. Rhode Island, Sheldon White, Patricia Morgan, Connecticut. Yeah, we'll see what that happens over there. Governor races. New Hampshire. This is a very interesting race I want to check out. Joycey Craig is still leading just by 2 points, a little over 3,000 votes in New Hampshire, which is very interesting to me. And Phil Scott, which I just can't believe, a Republican candidate winning. He's leading in every single county over Esther Charlestein. There's got to be a reason for that. For a deep blue state to be voting for a Republican, that's crazy to think about. Because when I look at the House for the Democrat Party, for their House seat, no. House. Becca Ballot, she's leading by almost 40,000 votes. And how much has the vote been counted? Is she just 27%? Okay, she's probably going to win, but I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, Bernie Sanders. Go back to the presidential race. Donald Trump is now leading in Texas at 1.1. Kamala's at a little over a million, sorry. Yeah. Donald Trump is projected to win both Mississippi and Alabama. Go figure. Kamala is still leading in Ohio. We'll see how that's going. She's still leading in Michigan for right now. She's probably going to win Illinois, mainly just because of the Chicago area. The Chicago area, that's probably what she's going to win. Yeah, because you can put literally the Chicago area basically equates to the entirety of the vote of Illinois. So, Kansas. She's actually leading in Kansas right now, but that probably won't last. She's probably going to win New Jersey. 10% of the votes been counted. 7% of the votes been counted in Virginia. Connecticut, Rhode Island. She's probably going to win Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire. This is another interesting race that I've been noticing. Trump is still only trailing behind by about 15,000 votes. Huh. Only 16% of the vote has been counted. Texas, Trump's back at like 52%. He's probably going to start, once all these other counties start coming in. Yeah. I think the next 7:30, Arkansas, Missouri, in Maine, probably. That's gonna be those are definitely gonna be. So how's it going in Florida? I'm just curious. Trump's won Florida. 88% of the votes already been counted. He's almost won by 11 points. That's outrageous. Yeah, that's crazy. Donald Trump is now leading by almost 200,000 votes, more than 200,000 votes in Texas. Let's go back over to the Senate race with Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. And Ted Cruz is now in the lead over Colin Allred at 1.6 million. Colin Allred at just a little under 1.5. That could be very interesting because I think the one thing that's kind of making Ted Cruz unpopular, and I'm not getting political here, I'm just stating what the reason why, is Ted Cruz's abortion stance versus Colin Allred, which is basically one of the major topics in the entirety of all of politics in the United States right now. I'm not going to go any more into depth about that. I'm just saying that's one of the big key issues. Yep. Yep. House race, Texas. Yeah, they're gonna win the Austin. Probably a few districts. Yeah, a few districts here. They're gonna lose all that. All right, let's go back over to the Senate. Looks like they've already started counting for like Nacogdoches and areas like that. Senate. Rick Scott is projected to win. At 88% of the votes been counted. He is winning by good grief. He destroyed absolute 1.3 million votes. He's destroyed Debbie McChrystal Powell. Destroyed her. U.S. House results. Florida. I don't really care too much about the Congress votes. If you want Congress votes, go find somebody else. Phil Scott is still projected to win. That's crazy. New Hampshire. This big race right here. Kelly Ayotte is still only losing by about a little under 1,000 votes right now. And 17% of the vote, only 17% of the vote has been counted. So this could be a very interesting race between Joycey Craig and Kelly Ayotte, if that's how you pronounce that. I don't really know how to pronounce that. Mike Kehoe and Crystal Quaid. Missouri is generally a pretty red state, so except for like in St. Louis, that's about the only area that's, but and then maybe part of Kansas City, but that's about it. Let's see. Going back over to the Senate race. Hung Sao. How's Hung Sao? This one's going. Timothy Kane is still leading about by 70,000, 80,000 votes. 30% it's been counted. Yeah, this is going to be a very tough race for sure. Because you've got counties all around like Norfolk and Richmond and Alexandria that are going to be, big factors. And Virginia is a very blue state nowadays. Pennsylvania, Ohio. Bernie Moreno is taking the lead over Sherrod Brown. Alyssa Stolfkin is leading over Mike Rogers for right now. Ted Cruz is leading over Colin Allred by almost 300,000, a little over 200,000 votes. About 200. Which I don't know if he'll win. But judging by how it's going right now, the Corpus Christi area, San Antonio, against the El Paso maybe. Back to presidential. Trump is leading in Texas by over 400,000 votes. Florida, he won Florida. Georgia, he is winning by about 200,000 votes right now. But this is he lost Georgia last time. He's still leading in Macon. Maybe if he can take Athens, that'll put him over the edge, because the Atlanta area and the Savannah area are going to be very big deterrents from him winning Georgia. Kamala Harris is still leading Ohio by just over 14,000 votes. I did read that right. Yeah, just over 14,000 votes. But once we start factoring in all these other counties, and only less than 40% of the vote has been counted. 4% of the vote has been counted in Michigan. Kamala's still leading in Michigan. Looks like they've mostly been casting really deep. Donald Trump is leading in Detroit right now. That's surprising. but who knows how long that's going to last. That's Detroit. Pennsylvania, 8% of the votes been counted. 380,000 votes. Donald Trump's 140, but none of the big counties over here have been counted. Erie is going to be a very hard, excuse me, like Allentown and Erie. These are counties that are going to be very important for Trump to win Pennsylvania. As long as Kamala can probably take maybe a few of these areas around here, she could probably take Pennsylvania, but who knows. New Hampshire, this is a pretty interesting one that I've just been finding interesting. New Hampshire turning more towards the right over the last years. 80,000 right now. Kamala's still leading for about 12 points, but that could change as only 20% of the vote has been counted. Senate race. Okay, Colin Allred is retaking the lead over Ted Cruz by about 30,000 votes. But that will change that could relatively change pretty damn quick because only 40% of the vote has been counted. None of these areas have been counted. Austin, he's winning in San Antonio, he's winning in Austin, go figure. Dallas County, Ted Cruz is still racking it up in Fort Worth. Nacogdoches area, Lubbock, around the Lubbock area, that could be very, very important. Another vote that's going on in North Dakota. Kevin Cramer is probably going to win. It's North Dakota. Maryland, right now, Larry Hogan is actually in the lead, but who knows how long that will last. Less than 1% of the votes been counted. Jim Justice is projected to win West Virginia. Go figure, it's West Virginia. Rick Scott has been basically confirmed to be the winner of Florida. He's won all the counties except for Tallahassee, this county, whatever this county is here, Orlando County, West Palm Beach, and North Miami, I think. I don't know Florida all too well, so please forgive me if I got some of your counties wrong. Yeah, that's crazy. He won Miami. Miami County. That's crazy. House. I'm not going to pay too much attention to that. Josh Stein, North Carolina, is still ahead by about 120,000 votes. Only 11% of the votes been counted, though. This is a very interesting race. Joyce Craig is still leading by just a little over 200 votes at the moment. So maybe Kelly Ayotte may retake the lead in New Hampshire for the governor race of New Hampshire. That'd be very interesting to see. Two red governors in Vermont and New Hampshire. That'd be very interesting. But if I look over to the House, it's both blue parties that are leading right now. Damn it. Senate race. Kevin Allred is still leading by 1,000 votes as of right now, but that could easily change as only 38% of the votes been checked. That could very easily change. Maryland, Larry Hogan's still in the lead. Ohio, Sherrod Brown's still in the lead. Alyssa Slotkin is still in the lead by about 60,000. Bob Casey, about 200,000. Florida, Rick Scott won in a landslide. Presidential race. Let's go back to the presidential race. Kamala's still leading in Kansas for right now, but that's going to change. Donald Trump is actually leading in Virginia right now. That's surprising. That probably won't. He's actually leading in not in Norfolk, but a few counties next to Norfolk. Not by much, but he is leading for right now. How long that'll last, who knows. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is leading. Kamala's still leading, but only 8% of the votes been counted. Michigan, she's still leading by about little under 50,000 votes, but they haven't started counting, big areas like Grand Rapids or Flint or Lansing or Marquette. Donald Trump is leading in Texas by 200,000 votes. Donald Trump's going to win Texas. Yeah. Georgia, Donald Trump is still leading in Georgia by 300,000. That's outrageous to me. And I don't think he's going to take Athens. Kamala Harris is retaken in Macon. Donald Trump is projected to win Tennessee, go figure. Alabama and Mississippi. Illinois, Kamala's going to win Illinois, go figure. Yeah. These counties up here just basically rule the vote, so there's no way that Trump is ever going to... I don't think a Republican is ever going to win Illinois ever again, mainly just because of these counties up here. North Dakota, Trump's going to win North Dakota. Trump is definitely going to win Texas, probably by 8 to 10 votes, and 8 to 10 points. Donald Trump is projected to win Arkansas and Oklahoma, Kentucky, and Trump is taking the lead in Ohio at just a little over 20,000 votes right now. Let's go back over to the Senate race. Colin Allred is still leading in Texas by little over 100,000 votes right now, but only less than 50% of the votes been counted. Because you got all these out in East Texas. You got Lubbock. You've got he's even winning in Fort Worth County, Corpus Christi, Brownsboro. They started counting in El Paso? No, they have not. There's just a lot of areas around here. Rockwall, Tarrant. It's going to be... Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is still in the lead. Larry Hogan is still in the lead. Sherrod Brown is still in the lead by just barely under 100,000 votes. Michigan, just under 60,000 votes for Alyssa Slotkin. I'm not going to pay... I'll probably check over the House last to see who all won. So, especially for Texas, since it's my home state. North Carolina, Josh Stein is still in the lead by 130,000 votes. Go over to the Senate. The other big race that's going on between Timothy Kaine and Hung Sao. And Hung Sao is not lagging too far behind. About 40,000 votes. Pennsylvania, 300. Yeah, Bob Casey may claim this, but only 8% of the votes been counted, so I don't know. Elizabeth Warren. I think Elizabeth Warren attempted to run for president at one point. Didn't work out too well. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast, and I'll be right back. was I? Donald Trump. Oh, seems that Donald Trump is taking the lead in North Carolina. Not by much. Like 20, 30 votes. Yeah. It's going to be the Raleigh and Charlotte areas that are going to be really a pain in the ass if you're Trump. If Kamala wants to win, she needs to try to take Greensboro, and however you pronounce that town. But we'll see. We'll see. Pennsylvania, Kamala still in the lead by 200,000 something votes. Kamala's still ahead of about 50,000 votes in Michigan. Trump is taking the lead. Texas, 3.2 million by almost 300,000 votes. See what happens. Ted Cruz is retaking the lead in the Senate vote. Not by much, but he is winning for right now. But only 50% of the vote has been counted, so this is actually a pretty tight race. I think it's mainly just because of the Austin, San Antonio region. And then Dallas County, of course, which never votes red, ever. Fort Worth does. Let's go back over to presidential race. I'm having some popcorn. Donald Trump is taking the lead in Kansas, and he'll win Kansas without a doubt. And he'll win North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska, except for maybe its first district. Donald Trump is still ahead in Georgia by about 300,000 votes. We lost this state, and this was a big state that really screwed him over in the last election with his vote, with his fight with Joe Biden. But he was in the lead in Macon County for a little while, but it doesn't seem like that's the way it's going to be. Kamala's going to win Illinois. There's no doubt about that. The Chicago area just dominates that vote. So, all right. Back over to the governor race. Damn. Kelly Ayotte is retaking the lead by about 5,000 votes in New Hampshire, which is crazy. I never thought I'd see the day where two Republican governors are leading in deep blue states. That's very interesting. Josh Stein still leads in North Carolina. By about a little over 110,000 votes, but only less than 20% of the votes been counted. Let's go back over to the Senate, to our very close race with Ted Cruz and Callan Allred. Ted Cruz is retaking the lead over Callan Allred. Just not by much, less than about 50,000 votes. I think it's mainly what's going to put Ted Cruz over him is probably the Lubbock, the Nacogdoches, Pflugerville, the suburbs like Waxahachie, areas like that are really going to put the suburbs of the Texas Triangle that are really going to put Ted Cruz over the edge from the Austin, San Antonio, Houston area, and Dallas counties. Fort Worth is still under domain of Ted Cruz, which is interesting. Going back over to the presidential election. Donald Trump is leading by 300,000 votes in Texas. Still taking in Fort Worth County and many other areas like Nacogdoches, I guess the Lubbock region, Rockwall, Tarrant County, Corpus Christi, very important areas. Kamala is still leading in Pennsylvania, which is going to be a very, very important state for both candidates. Like, probably the most important state, really. Yeah. Especially for areas like Allentown, Erie, Ohio. Trump is probably going to win Ohio. He is leading by about 70,000 votes in Ohio right now. But less than 50% of the votes been counted. So, back over to New Hampshire. Kamala Harris is still leading by a little over 20,000 votes, which I'm sure Kamala Harris will still win New Hampshire, but this is a very interesting race to see if Trump manages to flip New Hampshire. Ted Cruz still is now basically taking the lead over Callan Allred by over basically 90,000 votes. Rick Scott, Roger Wicker, Marsha Blackburn. Yeah, these are very deep red states. They're not going to be flipped anytime soon. Bob Casey is still leading the charge in Pennsylvania. However, only about 10% of the vote has been counted, so we'll see what happens. Sherrod Brown, 1.27. Bernie Moreno, but we'll see. Ohio could definitely flip because only 43% of the vote's been counted. Let's go back over to this vote. Hung Sao is actually doing, a lot better than I anticipated. He's still lagging behind by about 50,000 votes, but I don't know. For a deep blue state, Hung Sao is actually holding his own. So we'll see. Donald Trump is actually leading right now in Virginia. I don't think that's going to last. Donald Trump is leading by about 10,000 votes. A little under. But that's probably not going to last. Illinois has been called for Kamala. Go figure. Like I said, the Chicago Metroplex basically dominates that electoral college vote. For the rest of the counties in that state, you basically have no say. That's why a lot of people want, Chicago to be its own state rather than be part of Illinois. It's kind of like the same thing that's going on in Oregon, where they're trying to get a bunch of these counties out on the eastern part to be part of Idaho. I don't know if I really fully support that or not. The idea for the Chicago Metroplex being its own state, yes, I definitely agree, because Chicago completely dictates everything that happens in Illinois, 100%, all the time. The rest of the state basically has no state. Because if I go over to the House right now, yeah, I mean, as you can see, this part of the state basically dominates the area. These few big districts out here, and they really don't mean much. Back for the Senate race, Hung Sao is still lagging behind by about 50,000 votes. Ted Cruz is still leading Callan Allred by about 150,000 votes, but only 52% of the vote has been counted. Let's go over to presidential election. Donald Trump is still leading Georgia by about little over 300,000 votes, which only 55% of the vote has been counted, but that's still incredible to think about. North Carolina, 730,000. Donald Trump is leading in North Carolina and in Virginia for right now in a narrow margin, but that could very easily flip. Very easily. In about 13 minutes from now, we're going to get our next big closing of polls, which is going to be New York, which I'm almost certain is going to fall under Kamala. Wisconsin, a very key race. Iowa, Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and I think that's it. And then after that, it's going to be 9 and 10. So we'll see what happens. This is going to be a very interesting. Donald Trump is still leading by just under 500,000 votes, about 450,000 votes in Texas. Donald Trump is probably going to take Texas. He's not going to be able to take any of these southern counties or the Houston, Austin Metroplex or Dallas County, but he is still holding Fort Worth and many other counties like Rockwall, Tarrant, Collins, probably Lubbock, and the Nacogdoches area. These are going to be very, very important areas. Ohio, Donald Trump is leading in Ohio by just under 90,000 votes at the moment, but only 44% of the vote has been counted. Michigan, he is lagging behind in Michigan and Pennsylvania, but it's still very early to say. Maryland seems, which Kamala Harris is probably going to win Maryland, mainly because of Baltimore. The Panhandle area, this is an area that really I don't think belongs in Maryland, to be honest. Delaware, Kamala Harris is going to win Joe Biden's home state. And really, Donald Trump is actually winning in one of the counties of in Delaware. That's interesting. 45% have reported. Kamala is only leading by less than 40,000 votes. That's kind of incredible. New Jersey, she's going to win New Jersey. She's going to win Connecticut. She's going to win Rhode Island. She's going to win Massachusetts. They've already said that she's going to win Vermont. Go figure. It's a deep blue state. But this is this is mind-boggling to me. Okay, so he's lost a few of the counties here. Donald Trump is still just little under 23,000 votes behind Kamala in New Hampshire, which is crazy to me. This is supposed to be a pretty deep blue state, and it's just slowly been turning towards the right. Back in Texas, my home state, Donald Trump is still leading by over 400,000 votes at the moment. Let's go back over to the Senate race. Very big race that's going on between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Ted Cruz is still leading by over 100,000 votes. It's really up to debate whether Ted Cruz wins over Colin Allred. It's really going to matter for Ted Cruz if he's able to win, a lot of the votes in the Texas Triangle suburbs. Okay, more votes are coming in from Hopkins County. Yeah, the Nacogdoches, Lubbock, Amarillo. Yeah, a lot of these areas outside of Austin, Waxahachie, big areas out there. So, yeah. Hunt County. A lot of the Sabine River counties, the East Texas counties. So, right now he is in the lead. He has fallen behind a few times, but he's retaken the lead just as many. So, it's a very interesting race. Larry Hogan is still in the lead over Angela Alsobrook. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that name, Miss Alsobrook. But less 1% of the votes been counted, so yeah. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is still in the lead. Only 13% of the votes been counted. Mainly because of the Pittsburgh, Philadelphia area. Go figure. Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin is still still leading by 60,000 votes in Michigan. So Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn is still projected to win. Wow, she's basically won every freaking county. The only one I think that's probably going to be blue is Memphis and Nashville. Chattanooga, Knoxville are probably going to be red. House. Governor. Let's see how the governor race is going. Kelly Ayotte is still in the lead by just about 3 points. 30% of the vote has been counted, but it's still a long way from knowing. Mike Kehoe is still in the lead in Missouri. It's going to be a while before we get information on these states. Josh Stein is projected. They've already reported that Josh Stein is projected to win North Carolina over Mark Robinson, which I think is a little unfair since only 25% of the vote has been counted. But, yeah, I think that's a little unfair. But, yeah. So I guess Mark Robinson is not going to be the governor of North Carolina, which is, yeah. Anyway, Virginia, Timothy Kaine is still leading by about 50,000 votes. No, the margin's actually slipping. Hung Sao may actually take this. These last few counties are really what's going to make up for, especially around the Richmond, suburbias, and Norfolk. I don't know. That's a very interesting race. Bernie Sanders is basically reported to win over Gerald Malloy, an independent leader. Angus King Jr. is in the lead over Demi Calzonas. However, less than 1% of the vote has been counted. Back over the very tight race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Ted Cruz is still leading by about 300,000 votes at the moment. Go back over to the governor races. Crystal Quaid is taking the lead over Mike Kehoe in Missouri. I don't think it's going to last for very long, though. It's Missouri. Kelly Ayotte is still staying in the lead, but only 30% of the vote, though. We'll see what happens there. Senate race, presidential race. Donald Trump is in the lead by 500,000 votes in Texas. Go figure. Donald Trump is actually still leading by over almost 200,000 votes in Georgia. I think it's really going to start coming down between. This is a very tight race between all these little counties out here, the little suburbias outside of Macon County. Just these little counties right here are going to really start to eat away. Even if, that's going to be a very interesting race. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is still in the lead by pretty rough margin, but only 14% of the votes been counted. Virginia, Donald Trump is still leading in Virginia. That's crazy. Not by much, but he's still leading. Virginia, 13. So, Kamala Harris is leading in Missouri right now at 98,000 votes over Donald Trump's 83,000. Kansas, she is leading in Kansas, but that's probably not going to last for very long. They're probably counting in, Topeka, Kansas City. Once they start getting into the Wichita and all these other areas, it ain't gonna fly. Michigan, Kamala is still leading Michigan, but not by much. By about 50,000 votes at the moment. Donald Trump is still leading by a pretty good margin in Texas. Oh wait, no, that's Ted Cruz. I'm sorry, Ted Cruz is still leading in Texas by a pretty standard margin. I don't know. I think Ted Cruz is probably going to squeak over Colin Allred, but it's still a pretty close race. Bernie Moreno is now leading over Sherrod Brown, but not by much, and that could easily flip-flop again. So I'll be right back. I got something in my throat. Ugh, that was pretty nasty. I'm sorry about that. Okay, it is now 8 o'clock, so many of these states are going to start closing their polls pretty soon, except for the West Coast, which is going to be pretty interesting once we start seeing Louisiana, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, New York, Colorado, New Mexico, Wyoming, and then the rest of the West Coast here in just a little bit. Senate race, Bob Casey still leads over Dave McCormick by a pretty rough margin right now. Larry Hogan still leads, but less than 1% of the vote has been counted. Bernie Moreno still leads over in Ohio. That's probably not going to last very long. That still is bizarre to me that Bernie Sanders is leading, an independent candidate is leading in Vermont right now. Let's see, governor races. This is one that I really want to pay attention to. New Hampshire. Kelly Ayotte is still leading Joyce Craig by only about 4,000 votes, but still, that's so crazy that she's still been holding for so long. However, only 32% of the vote has been counted. These county, I don't know, maybe if she managed to hold, I don't know. We'll see. Phil Scott still won Vermont. A Republican winning Vermont, the most blue, probably one of the most blue states in the United States, other than like California or Washington. Well, I'll take that back. Probably California and then Massachusetts, probably. Senate race. John Bassaro is projected to win. Not a single vote has been counted. I think that's just. I know it's it is Wyoming, so that's to be expected. Ohio. Bernie Moreno leads in Ohio. Bob Casey still leads in Pennsylvania. Alyssa Slotkin still leads in Michigan by about 40,000 votes. Rick Scott, gosh darn, he absolutely obliterated Debbie Powell. Gosh darn, he obliterated her. Whew. Presidential-elect. New Mexico. Donald Trump is leading right now in New Mexico, but that's New Mexico. That's probably not going to last very long. Kamala is still leading in Kansas, but I don't think that's going to last very long. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, all have gone for Trump. Go figure. Iowa is in the leading by Trump. Trump is now leading in Ohio. He's still leading in North Carolina by 2,000 votes, but that may not last for very long. And he's still leading in Virginia. Now that is something. And he's only got about a 30,000 vote margin, but still. Donald Trump in Georgia. He is still leading by a good 100,000 votes there. He's leading by more than 600,000 votes in Texas. Go figure. Let's see. Go to the Senate race. Hung Sao, and Timothy Kaine. Hung Sao is still lagging behind by just a little under 48,000 votes. I don't know if these last few counties could put him over the edge. Ted Cruz still leads over Colin Allred, and I think my guess is that Ted Cruz is probably going to win over Colin Allred by just a slim margin. Christine Gilbert, yeah, it's a very deep blue state. Connecticut, Massachusetts, yeah, they don't even have a chance in those states. House, Senate, presidential. Kamala Harris predicted to win New York. Go figure. New York City, these areas right here. Syracuse, Albany. I don't see Donald Trump. I don't ever see another president ever taking New York ever again. Texas, he's still leading in New Mexico. Really? Georgia, he's still leading in Georgia. Only 66% of the vote has been counted. So he's still winning in North Carolina by about 100,000 votes. And he's winning in Virginia by about 30,000 votes. I feel like his edge in Virginia is about to end, though. And it's been a pretty good run, but I don't think Trump is going to win Virginia. It's a very deep, very blue state, so I don't see that happening. Donald Trump is still leading in Ohio by 53% margin, and 50% of the vote has already been counted. Michigan, Kamala is still leading for about 40,000 votes. So, yeah, that's, we'll see what happens. Senate election. All these elections up here are pretty much going to be solidified, except for the one with Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, and Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers. Bernie Moreno, let's see, I want to zoom back in on this one. Timothy Kaine and Hung Sao. Hung Sao is still lagging behind by about 40,000 votes, and I feel like that's going to be the way it's going to be for the rest of the night. Yeah, I don't think Hung Sao is gonna. I don't think he's gonna win. But it's still only a 40,000 vote margin. 181. Yeah, I think Timothy Kaine is just going to squeak over him, probably by a point or two. So, presidential election, Donald Trump still leads by 600,000 votes in Texas. Go figure. Georgia, Trump is still leading in Georgia, and Kamala Harris is leading still in Kansas, of all places. That's crazy. Donald Trump is leading in Virginia, 170, 134. Not by much, but like I said, it probably won't last for much longer. Ohio, Donald Trump still leads by a little under 250,000 votes in Ohio. Michigan, Kamala still leads over about 40,000 votes in Michigan. But only 10% of the vote has been counted, so we'll see how that one's going. Senate race. Texas, Ted Cruz still leads Colin Allred. And I think Ted Cruz is going to win this. I think so. There's just too many people out in the Texas Tri-Point that just don't really like Colin Allred. Yeah, and already 60% of the vote has been counted, so we'll see though. Timothy Kaine is still leading over Hung Sao for about 40,000 votes. And like I said, I think that's how it's going to be for the rest of the night. All these, they've already confirmed all these. Yeah, there's no chance. Angus King Jr. still leads in Maine. I don't know how long that's going to last, though. Governor, New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte is still in the lead. Not by much, but she's still in the lead. 35% of the vote has been tallied. Josh Stein is confirmed. Yeah, holy freaking shit. Yeah, I think Mark Robinson kind of just got pounded. Whew. Yeah, I think Josh Stein is basically called to win. Mike Kehoe, Kelly Armstrong projected to win. Mike Braun projected to win. Patrick Morrison projected to win. Phil Scott. This is the last governor race that I really want to pay attention to. The one in Montana, Utah. These are deep red states. You know, Cowboy State, Mormon State. Yeah, the next one I want to pay attention to is Washington, though. This is going to be a very interesting one. Bob Ferguson versus Dave Reichert. For Washington, areas like Seattle and Olympia basically control the vote, and then it's going to be all the rural areas. It's really just going to come down if Dave Reichert can get, like Yakima, Saconee, Bellingham, all these counties around that area, around the coast. But we'll see. Senate. Texas, Ted Cruz is still taking the lead over Colin Allred. Go back over to presidential race. Donald Trump is still leading in Texas by a pretty solid margin. The votes are starting to come in from El Paso County. And Kamala is still leading in Kansas and Missouri. Oh, by only 20,000 votes in Missouri, but that's probably not going to last for much longer. Donald Trump still leads in Virginia by about 30,000, a little over 30,000 votes, and about 100,000 votes in North Carolina. Donald Trump has been projected to win Ohio. The votes are starting to come in for Wisconsin and Minnesota and Iowa. So Kamala still leads by about 50,000 votes in Michigan right now. Donald Trump is still leading in New Mexico. That probably won't last for much longer. Yeah. Let's go back over to the Senate race. Timothy Kaine, I think, is starting to narrow out the lines between Hung Sao. So, I don't want to see that. Thank you. Governor Josh Stein. Damn, Josh Stein pillaged Mark Robinson. Kelly Ayotte is still in the lead over Joyce Craig, which is interesting to see. Matt Mayer is still projected to win in Delaware. Joe Biden's home state, pretty obvious. Kamala Harris still leads in Pennsylvania by 270,000 votes, 280,000 votes in Pennsylvania. She still has a narrow margin in Michigan, but that can change. Donald Trump is still leading in Georgia by 210,000 votes, which is very interesting to see since last time he lost this state by almost 30,000 votes. And he's still holding a narrow margin in Virginia, of all places, which is very interesting to see. And yet Kamala is holding Kansas by about 20,000 votes right now, and is holding she'll win Colorado without a doubt, and she's going to win, and she's still holding Missouri. That probably won't last. It is. I know the St. Louis and the Kansas City area. Yeah. Let's see. For U.S. Senate, Ted Cruz is still over 300,000 over Colin Allred. New Mexico, Nella Dominici and Martin Herrick. I think that's how I pronounce your names. Bernie Moreno is still holding his edge in Ohio. Wyoming, Florida. Rick Scott pillaged her. Holy crap. Damn. How well did Trump do for Florida? Yeah, he did really well in Florida. Holy crap. That's... wow. Wow. Whew. Donald Trump has just been called to win Texas. Go figure. He is in the lead now by almost 700,000 votes. So, Kamala is at 99. Donald Trump 177. It's still anybody's game because you still have to factor in the West Coast and these various swing states that could change the fate whether Donald Trump or Kamala Harris win the election. Donald Trump still holds his narrow edge in Virginia, and he's still holding an edge in North Carolina. Michigan, Kamala still holds but this could easily change because a lot of these other counties, Marquette, I can't believe Donald Trump is holding Detroit County for right now. That's kind of incredible. That probably not a lot of... only 11% of the vote has come in. That's probably why. Donald Trump still leads in Georgia by 70%, and 70% of the vote has come in. I think Donald Trump may just win Georgia. Maybe. He's still leading by about 200,000 votes. Iowa, Missouri, Kansas. That's going to be... oof. Let's go over back to the Senate race between Hung Sao and Timothy Kaine. Hung Sao, at one point, he's still trailing behind by about... yeah, the margin's just getting bigger and bigger for Hung Sao, so... I don't see him winning. Ted Cruz still leads Colin Allred by now almost 400,000 votes, and I think Ted Cruz is going to win this because almost 60% of the vote has come in. Bob Casey still holds Pennsylvania by about 300,000 votes. Bernie Moreno still holds by about 100,000. Alyssa Slotkin still holds by about 80,000. Yeah. House, governor. Let me check out the governor race between Kelly Ayotte and Joyce Craig. Kelly Ayotte is still holding her edge for about 6,000 votes right now, but that's probably going to who knows? This is a very tight race from the looks of it. Yeah, poor Mark Robinson. I think he just kind of got pillaged in this fight. Well, yeah, well, that's the way it goes. Oh. Ted Cruz still holds his edge in Texas by 400. Still holds, yeah, a pretty solid margin by 400,000 votes. Go back over to presidential. This is weird. I'm not seeing you. Kansas being blue. 40% of the vote has come in. Wow. Missouri, Georgia, 70% of the vote has come in. Donald Trump is still leading by almost 200,000 votes. I think they need to start. I think it's still a little too close, but I think Donald Trump's going to win Georgia. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Donald Trump absolutely pillaged Kamala in Florida. He's projected, 600,000 votes. Yeah. Still holds an edge in Pennsylvania. Still holds an edge in Michigan for right now. Donald Trump is still leading in Maine, but that could change pretty quick. U.S. Senate races. Larry Hogan still holding an edge. Bernie Moreno still holds his edge by just under 80,000 votes. Yeah, that could change though. Ted Cruz still holds his margin by 400,000. I still feel like Ted Cruz is probably going to win this. House, Governor, Josh Stein absolutely pillaged Mark Robinson. Let me just check on this vote between Kelly Ayotte and Joyce Craig. She's still leading by about 6,000 votes in New Hampshire. Donald Trump is still holding about a 200,000 vote margin over Kamala in Georgia, which is pretty interesting to see. Only 70% of the vote has come in, though. And Georgia, it's a very flip. Donald Trump lost this state last time, so Donald Trump still holds about 70,000 votes over Kamala in North Carolina, and somehow he is winning in Virginia. Still. Kamala's probably going to win in Colorado, New Mexico. I don't know why in the world there's so much of a problem in Kansas. It must be the Kansas City population. I wonder what's causing that. I never thought of Kansas being a blue state. Missouri. Kamala still holds an edge in Missouri. Pennsylvania, 935,000 versus Donald Trump, almost 700,000, so still leading by 200,000 votes. Michigan, new update. Michigan, Kamala's still leading by about 50,000 votes in Michigan. So, and Donald Trump is still holding his edge right now in Wisconsin, but that could change. Go back over to the Senate race between, I think they need to go ahead and call Ted Cruz to project as the projected winner of Texas, because I think Colin Allred is lost. At 60%, almost 60%, yeah, I think it's time to call. Bernie Moreno still holds by about almost 100,000 votes. Alyssa Slotkin still about over 68,000, about 65,000. Yeah. Governor, let's go back over to Kelly Ayotte, still about the same. So, go back over here. The next closing is going to be at 9 for Montana, Nevada, and Arizona, which are going to be two big key races. And then the last are going to be, Montana, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. The last four are going to be Idaho, Washington, Oregon, California, which all three of these states are probably going to vote for Kamala. Let's check out this here. Donald Trump is still leading in Georgia. Kamala Harris is holding in Kansas and Missouri. That could change because only 18. Kansas, 40% of the vote. That's incredible. In Kansas, this is a weird election. Flint, still holding on to Flint. Kamala still holds her edge in Michigan and Pennsylvania. 965,000. And she's still leading by a pretty good margin in Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's going to come down to these areas right in here, these few suburbias outside of Allentown and Philadelphia. Yeah, it's yeah. I think they need to call Georgia. I think they need to call it. Because that's a pretty... He's still holding an edge of 40,000 votes in Virginia. That's interesting. And he is still winning in North Carolina. Yep. Senate. The Senate. Ted Cruz is surpassed the 500,000 mark in Texas. I think they need to call this race because I think Ted Cruz has won. Is there any other? I'm pretty sure for New Mexico, Martin Henrich is probably going to win. Arizona. Well, we'll see about this one. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, Larry Hogan, and Maryland. This could be an interesting one here. Yeah, it's that damn Baltimore. That's going to be really cucking Larry Hogan from winning. And Angela Alsabrooks, the areas that she really needs to get hold of are probably around in here. Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is still holding an edge there. Alyssa Slotkin is still holding her edge. Okay. Governor, I want to check out. They really haven't updated that much for Kelly Ayotte that much. Josh Stein, yeah. Josh Stein is pretty much won. Yeah, 600. Yeah, I don't think there's no way that Mark Robinson is going to win. Yeah, wow, damn. Wow. Senate election. Hung Sao. Wow, Hung Sao is actually not doing that bad. He's actually only 35,000 votes. He's only got about 35,000 votes behind right now. That's actually incredible. This is a very bizarre election. Not anything what I would predict. Kamala is still holding a slight edge in Kansas and in Missouri as well, but not much of the vote has come in. Georgia, I think they need to go ahead and call Georgia because I think Donald Trump is going to squeak this one out. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is lagging behind by about 250. Yeah, that's a pretty bad margin, but only 25% of the vote has come in, so that's going to be pretty rough. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. There ain't no way Donald Trump's... Yeah, Republican is never going to win this state ever again. It's just impossible. Donald Trump is still holding about 110,000 vote edge in North Carolina. Virginia, he's still about 50,000 votes in Virginia. This could be actually a pretty tight race. And yeah. It's going to be these areas right in here that are going to be really hard. Yeah, Roanoke, that's going to be, I don't know. Yeah. House, Governor. Kelly Ayotte is still holding her edge. The governor, Senate race. Ted Cruz, 60% of the vote has come in. Ted Cruz is still 500,000 votes ahead of Colin Allred. I think they need to call it. Bob Casey. I don't know. It's only 27% of the vote, though. Yeah. Hung Sao, still 50,000. Yeah, that is going to be a tight race right there. Hung Sao versus Timothy Kane. And Hung Sao has just been about 40,000, 50,000 votes behind Timothy Kane the entire time. I don't know. Maybe Hung Sao can retake the lead, but I don't know. All right, back over to presidential race. Georgia, I think they need to call Georgia. I think it's about time they call Georgia. Donald Trump is now leading in New Mexico again. How about that? Kamala is still holding in Kansas, but not by a very large margin. Missouri, she's still holding in Missouri. And Iowa, but not by much. She's got a pretty big lead in Pennsylvania right now. Which, really, this state here could, determine the election. Michigan, Kamala Harris, 392,000, but only 13% of the votes come in. Wisconsin, Kamala holds about 17,000 vote edge over Donald Trump. Yeah, those are going to be some pretty hard states. I think they need to call this race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Yeah, it's over for Colin Allred. They need to call it. Hung Sao versus Timothy Kane. Still only leading by about 50,000 votes. So man, this is going to be a very, very tight race. I'm very curious to see who comes out on top, Hung Sao or Timothy Kane. But we'll see. Bob Casey still holds the lead in Pennsylvania, and Alyssa Slotkin still holds her edge in Michigan. Tammy Baldwin, about 20,000 votes in Wisconsin. These are going to be some pretty narrow races up here. Bernie Moreno, I think Bernie Moreno is probably going to win that race. I'm not too sure. But with 60,000% of the vote, 60,000% of the vote, 60% of the vote. Let's see, let's go back over to New Hampshire. Kelly Ayotte versus Joyce Craig. She's still leading by just over 8,000 votes in New Hampshire, but yeah, they need to call this. It's time. I'm pretty sure Ted Cruz won Texas, Nella Dominici. Who knows? New Mexico is a pretty blue state, especially the Santa Fe, Albuquerque areas. So Bob Casey still holding his lead. Alyssa Slotkin, about 70,000 votes ahead. Let's go back over to the presidential vote. Donald Trump still leads in Georgia by 76%, by 76% margin. Yeah, by a pretty decent margin. Over 200,000 votes. I think they need to call this race in Georgia. Kansas, I think Donald Trump is probably about to overtake Kamala in Kansas. All right, y'all, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, y'all. Let's go back to the race in Georgia. 76% of the vote has come in. Donald Trump is still leading by a very good by a pretty decent margin. I might honestly redact what I said about calling that race in Georgia. It's still maybe a little too early to tell, but it's getting close. But this race, yeah, they need to call it. They need to call this race. Ted Cruz has won Texas. There's no doubt about that. 1.1 for Bob Casey. Dave McCormick is at 940,000. Bernie Moreno is probably going to win Ohio. My bet. I really think so. Alyssa Slotkin still holding her edge in Michigan. Tammy Baldwin is still holding her edge over Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. Let's go back over to the governor race between Kelly Ayotte and Joyce Gracie. Kelly Ayotte still holds her edge. She's actually starting to take a little bit of more of a lead here. Not by much, but still by that 8,000, 9,000 vote margin. Let's go back over to the Senate race in Virginia with Timothy Kaine and Hung Sao. It still seems that Hung Sao is still trailing behind by about 30,000-40,000 votes. It's really just going to be up to a few towns for this race. This is a very intriguing race for sure, to see who wins Virginia. Yeah, I don't want to see that. Yeah. Yeah, Josh Stein obliterated Mark Robinson. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Georgia, Donald Trump is still leading in Georgia. He's taken the lead in Kansas now. He's still lagging behind about 30,000 votes in New Hampshire. He's still leading. He's still falling behind about 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania. About 60,000 votes now. Oh, well, 60,000 votes in Michigan, but that could change. Yeah, man. And he's still lagging behind by about 14,000 votes in Wisconsin. So we're about 18 minutes away from the final, from the second to the last poll. Well, the next closing of polls for Montana, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, which are going to be very important states, especially Arizona, Nevada. Go back to Texas. Yeah, they need to call this. This is getting ridiculous at this point. Yeah, Ted Cruz leads by over 800,000 votes over Colin Allred. Wow, they need to call this. They need to call that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Ted Cruz is going to win. Ted Cruz is going to win Texas without a doubt. Gosh darn. Can't believe how... I mean, he destroyed... Oh, man, he destroyed Debbie. Yeah, destroyed her. Wow. Go back over to presidential... Donald Trump is still holding about... Still 100,000 votes over... And he's still holding about 200,000 votes in Georgia. I think it's safe to say Donald Trump is probably going to win Georgia. Yeah, I think he's going to win Georgia. North Carolina, this is a very interesting state because you got places like Raleigh and Charlottesville that are just kind of, you know what I mean? Okay. Kamala still holds about 100,000 vote edge in Pennsylvania, and she still holds about a 60,000 vote edge in Michigan. But that could definitely change. Let's go back over to governor race between Kelly Ayotte and Joyce Gracie. Joyce Craig. I don't know why I keep calling her Joyce Gracie. She's winning by about a little under 10,000 votes, Kelly Ayotte. That's kind of crazy. Oh, poor Mark Robinson. He just got pillaged. Oh, man. That's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. That is bad. Donald Trump is still narrowly holding his lead in New Mexico, though I don't think he's going to hold it. He's still been holding in Virginia, although his edge is starting to slip, I'm pretty sure, I think Kamala is probably going to win this state by maybe 2 or 3 points. But, you know, his edge has been holding on for quite a while in Virginia, which is surprising. He's still, okay, he's holding on to North Carolina by almost 200,000 votes now. I think it's time they call Georgia. 80,000 votes. Yeah, he's leading by almost 200,000. It's probably time to call it. He's leading in Kansas now. He still has not taken his lead in Missouri or Iowa. Which is interesting. I don't know why they haven't called this election yet in Texas. Yeah, Ted Cruz is almost still got over a 500,000 vote lead over Colin Allred. Yeah, Ted Cruz is going to win. Yeah. Bernie Moreno, I believe, is going to win. But I'm not sure yet. Alyssa Slotkin, Bob Casey is still holding his edge. Let's go into Virginia. This is one of my favorite races so far tonight. Timothy Kaine and Hung Sao. Still that 60,000 vote lead that Timothy Kaine is holding over Hung Sao. Man, that's just got to be a pain in the ass right there. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. President. Yeah, I think it's time that they call Georgia. 80,000 with 80% of the vote called. Yeah, I think it's time. Wisconsin, Kamala still leads by about 6,000 votes, which could change very rapidly. Pennsylvania, she still holds by about 90,000. But Donald Trump is still lagging behind about 30,000 votes. Oh, and he just overtook Kamala in Missouri. So, and what surprises me even more is that Donald Trump is still holding about 50,000 now, 50,000 vote lead in Virginia, with 60% of the vote already counted up. But that could change. That could very well change. Let's see. Kelly Ayotte is still holding about a 12,000 vote lead over Joyce Craig. Senate. Hung Sao. I think the notion's finally starting to slip under Hung Sao. Yeah, I think it's finally starting to slip on him. This needs to be called. I don't know why it hasn't been called yet. Yeah. Yeah, he still has almost a 600,000 vote lead over Colin Allred. Bernie Moreno is scraping the 2 million mark. Sherrod Brown. Bob Casey still leading Dave McCormick by about 100,000, a little over 100,000 votes. Alyssa Slotkin, Tammy Baldwin, yeah. Let's go back over to the presidential election. Donald Trump is now taking the lead in Missouri and in Kansas, which is surprising, to be honest. That's really, man, I never expected that. Donald Trump still holds a lead, about 200,000 in Georgia right now. In 10 minutes, next polling is going to shut down for Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. So, oh wait, no, except Idaho, I'm sorry. Montana, Utah, Nevada, Arizona. So, yeah, Kamala's probably going to win Colorado. This is going to be one of the most important races right here in Virginia. Right now, Donald Trump is holding Erie County, but only 35% of the vote has been counted. Oh, man. Senate race. Ted Cruz is still holding out pretty damn well, all things considered. They still haven't really called it yet. That's kind of surprising. Alright. Hung Sao still lagging behind. Dave McCormick still lagging behind by 100,000. Bernie Moreno, Sherrod Brown still lagging behind by about almost 200,000 votes. Alyssa Slotkin still holds her lead by about 60,000. Tammy Baldwin, her lead is starting to collapse. Yeah, but this will change pretty fast. Minnesota is the white whale for the conservatives. You can't ever really win this state for Republicans. What would be the white whale for Democrats would probably be West Virginia. Virginia, Donald Trump is still holding the lead in Virginia. That's incredible. I don't think he's going to win it, but it's still incredible as long as he's held it. Donald Trump is still holding about a 200,000 plus margin. I think Donald Trump's going to win Georgia. He's still got almost a 200,000 point vote lead over Kamala. Donald Trump is predicted to win Missouri, which is 10 electoral votes. Cool. Go figure, it's Missouri, which was incredible to me that how many people voted for Kamala in Kansas, of all places. New Hampshire. Kelly Ayotte is actually starting to take a bit of a slight lead over Joyce Craig now. So we'll see what happens with that. That's going to be a very interesting. This is one of my favorite races right here. Kelly Ayotte voices Joyce Craig. This is also another good one. Timothy Kane versus Hung Sao, which again, it's still that 60,000 vote margin that's just being held over his head. Yeah, that. I think they need to call Georgia. I think this is starting to get ridiculous. I think it's starting to get ridiculous. There's still a few counties that haven't put in their votes yet, but they need to put it in. 921,000. Yeah, Kamala's going to win Colorado easy. I think she's still got a 60,000 point lead over Trump in Pennsylvania. She's still got 40,000 over in Michigan. And she's starting to lose her edge in Wisconsin. And she's probably going to lose her edge in Iowa pretty quick. Kansas, 373. Let's just see how he's doing in the blue states. Okay. Yeah, he's really, he's won 2 counties he's holding 2 counties in Delaware. That's Joe Biden's home state right there. That's still a pretty good margin, all things considered. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. She was going to win Maryland. She's going to win D.C. Easy. Turd. Yeah. Results expected soon. Yeah, she's going to win New York pretty easily. She's going to win Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont. But this is surprising. New Hampshire. Donald Trump, I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump's going to win New Hampshire, but he's still holding his own there. That's kind of interesting. Still's got about a 200,000 vote lead in North Carolina. I think they need to call Georgia. He's got over a 200,000 point lead in Georgia. Senate race. Let's go back to Hung Sao and Timothy Kane. Again, it's that 50,000 mark. Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. This is actually a pretty tight race. 68% of the vote has been counted. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, it still leads by 80,000 votes. Michigan, still about 60,000 votes. Alyssa Slotkin holds 30,000. Tammy Baldwin. House, Governor. Okay, Mike Kehoe has been basically called for governor of Missouri. Kelly Ayotte still holds her lead in New Hampshire. That's incredible. Go over to the Senate race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Ted Cruz still holds his lead. I think he's going to win this. So, presidential race. Oh, in 1 minute, they're going to start closing down the polls in Montana, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. I'm sure going to be very important races. Very important races. I think they need to call this. They need to call that. Yeah, that scale's about to be tipped. These were... I still can't believe Donald Trump is still holding his edge in Virginia. In Virginia, of all places. He's still trailing behind Kamala by about 20,000 votes. About 30,000, I'm sorry. 30,000 votes in New Hampshire. That's probably what she's going to win by, about 15,000, 20,000 votes. Let's check up on the two races. Senate races. Yeah. Bob Casey still holds his lead. Bernie Marino. I think Bernie Marino is going to win this race in Ohio. Michigan. Alyssa Slotkin still holds, 50,000 point lead. And, wow, Hung Sao is only 51,000 votes behind Timothy Kane in Virginia. And only 60% of the vote has been counted. Ted Cruz still leads in Texas, go figure. 53 to 45%, yeah. Donald Trump has been projected to win Utah. That was to be expected. It's Utah. It's the Mormon state. They're not going to vote for liberals. He still holds Virginia, and he's still holding North Carolina, and he's still holding Georgia. He's holding Wisconsin. Oh, votes are coming in for Arizona now. And he's still winning in New Mexico, which is surprising. Montana, obviously. He's going to win Ohio too. So that's going to be another extra. What is Ohio? 4 points. Yeah, for Donald Trump. And he's now taking the lead in Wisconsin. All right. Well, and he's taking the lead in Pennsylvania by 9,000 votes. He's still trailing behind about 30,000 votes in New Hampshire. He is leading in Maine now. He is. I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet. They need to call it. North Carolina, Virginia, those states are still way too close. Go back over to the Senate races. Ted Cruz still winning in Texas, obviously. So he's going on to Arizona. Carrie Lake is leading over Ruben Galeo. John Curtis is predicted to win Utah. John Becerra's predicted to win Wyoming. Robert Barb of the Libertarian Party. Timothy Kane is still holding a 55,000 lead over Hung Sao. Hung Sao. Michigan, Bob Casey still holds his lead by 60,000 in Pennsylvania. Tammy Baldwin is only holding hers by 4,000 in Wisconsin. Yeah, Green Bay. Okay. Wow, even in Kenosha. House. Governor. Let's go over to the governor races. Kelly Ayotte is still holding. She's actually starting to surpass Joyce Craig now. But only 50% of the vote is in right now, so it's still anybody's game. Utah, who's ever a Republican here, Spencer Cox more than likely is going to win. It's Utah, so. Donald Trump is leading by a small margin in Arizona right now. He's still leading in New Mexico, which is surprising. Still leading in North Carolina. He lost his edge in Pennsylvania by about 10,000 votes. But that could flip-flop at any moment. Why have they stopped in Georgia? I think they need to call this. They really need to call this. Maybe it is closer than I think. Minnesota, Wisconsin. He's leading by about 10,000 votes. Actually, a little under right now. He's trailing behind in New Hampshire. Small margin. And I'm pretty sure Kamala is going to win New Hampshire. But we'll see. Yeah. Kari Lake is now starting to fall under Ruben Galeo. Bob Casey still leads by about 44,000 votes. Bernie Moreno still leads up by about 100,000 votes. Michigan, Lisa Slotkin still holds by about 50,000. Tammy Baldwin's not holding by much, though. The only, for governors, the only two races that I'm going to pay attention to is Kelly Ayotte and the upcoming results between Bob Ferguson and Dave Reichert. Which Kelly Ayotte is still holding by about 15,000. Yeah, Kamala's going to win Colorado easy. 61, 81. Donald Trump is still leading by almost 200,000 votes in Georgia. I think Donald Trump is going to win Georgia. He lost it in 2020 by about 15,000 votes, I think. Let's see. He's probably going to win Kansas. He's probably going to win Iowa here in just a minute. The races are starting to shut down. Nevada will be pretty soon. Idaho. Let's see where the votes are coming in from. Oregon. Oh. Out east. That's why. Donald Trump is retaking the lead in Pennsylvania, but I don't think that. But who knows? That's a very interesting state. Yeah, if he could take his edge, maybe in Erie County or the few counties. These counties here could be very vital. Just all these areas could be extremely vital, man. 109. They already said, yeah, Kamala is projected to win Colorado. Go figure. Donald Trump still has a narrow lead in New Mexico, but I don't think that's going to last long. Arizona. Let's go to the Senate race. Yeah, I think it's time to start calling it in Texas between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Kari Lake is still trailing behind. Let's see how Hung Sao is doing. Hung Sao, I think his margin is finally starting to slip, but it's too early to tell. Bernie Moreno, 71% of the vote. Eric Hovde is taking the lead in Wisconsin, but it may not last. Alyssa Slotkin, still in the lead. Go over to the 2 votes. Kelly Ayotte is still in the lead in New Hampshire, but I don't know if that's going to last. They'll probably win. The Republican here is going to win Utah, fairly easily, and then it's that vote right there. Back to the presidential. No updates from Georgia. Arizona, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is taking the lead in Pennsylvania. If he'll hold it, I don't know. I think they need to go ahead and confirm Kansas. Colorado, Michigan. Kamala Harris is still holding her lead in Michigan. She no longer has an edge in Wisconsin, but that could change. Minnesota, I don't think Trump's going to hold Minnesota. That's the white whale. I mean, that's the white whale for Republican parties. House. See what's going on in Texas. Yeah, that's to be expected. That looks about right. Senate. Yeah, I think they need to call this race with Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. It's starting to get kind of pathetic. Governor. I want to see governor list. Oh my gosh. I want to see the governors. Thank you. Okay, Greg Crafonte is predicted to win Montana. Go figure. Kelly Ayotte is still holding her lead. Yeah. That was a pretty bad day for Mark Robinson. Yeah. Oh man. Ruben Galeo still holding. It's mostly because of Maricopa County in Arizona. Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick is finally taking the lead over Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. It's only 50% of the vote is in. Dave Moreno still leads about 150,000 votes over Sherrod Brown. Alyssa Slotkin still holds that. Wisconsin, it's a pretty tight race right now. Kamala is holding a slight edge in Arizona right now. Utah, to be expected for Donald Trump. Georgia. I don't know why I said Texas. Donald Trump still holds a lead of about 200,000 votes in Georgia. They've still not called it. They need to. Yeah, they need to call this vote. This is starting to get kind of ridiculous again. Virginia. He doesn't hold that much of an edge in Virginia anymore. I think he's probably going to lose Virginia, but we'll see. Still holds his edge in North Carolina. He lost. That's going to flip flop all the time. These two states right here. Iowa, Kansas, Mexico. Still holding on to New Mexico. But yeah. Yeah. Again, see, Wisconsin flipped again. It's going to be flipping all night. Yeah. Alright, why have they not called this race yet? They need to call it. Senate, Hung Sao. I think Hung Sao's lead is finally ran out of stamina. The lead is finally starting to drop. Yeah. So in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick still holds, not by much. Michigan, Lisa Slotkin still holds her lead. Tammy Baldwin still holds her lead. We'll see. Oh, there it goes. There's the flip. Yeah, New Mexico is probably going to go for Kamala. Yeah, Donald Trump is still holding Georgia by almost 200,000 votes. Huh. Oh, man. North Carolina. Donald Trump still holds a slight edge in Virginia, but I think it's about to start petering out here in just a minute. Senate. Martin Heinrich. Let's see how Kelly Ayotte is doing. She is actually still holding her own. How much longer? Who knows what will happen with that one. Why have they not closed down their polls? They were supposed to shut down with all these states here. Oh, man. Yeah. They destroyed her in Florida. Holy crap. North Carolina. Still holding on to that. Over 200,000 votes still in Georgia. 82. They need to call this. They're not gonna. Yeah, Michigan, Wisconsin, Kansas. Donald Trump is lagging by about 25,000 votes in New Hampshire, which is pretty incredible if you ask me. I never thought I'd see New Hampshire turn that. Donald Trump is still winning in Maine, not by much. Senate race, 68%. I think they need to call this. Ted Cruz is leading by 800,000 votes. They need to call this. That's ridiculous, man. He's leading by 800,000 votes. I mean, that's like this right here. Josh Stein is the clear winner. They need to call that. Yeah, Ted Cruz is going to win Texas. I'm just telling you that right now. Okay. Kamala is going to win Oregon, Washington, and California here in a minute. Why did their polls close? They had one. 1873. Yeah. Donald Trump is holding a slight lead in Pennsylvania. And Kamala still holds a slight lead in Michigan. Donald Trump holds a slight lead in Wisconsin. These are very, very close matches here. They need to call Georgia. They need to call Georgia. North Carolina. Ted Cruz still holds 800,000 lead. They still haven't called it. With almost 70% of the vote in tail. Hung Sao. Yeah, it's over Hung Sao. I'm sorry. Damn. Yeah, it's over for Hung Sao. Don't. 80? He's win. They need to call this. They need to call Georgia. It's over. They need to call Georgia. It's crazy. Oh man. I think they should just go ahead and call New Mexico too, because Kamala's probably going to win New Mexico. She's doing okay in Arizona right now. That's going to be a very tight race there too. Donald Trump is still holding his own. Yeah, he's still about 100,000 in Pennsylvania. They need to call Georgia. They need to call Georgia now. They need to call Kansas too. And they need to call this one too. Kelly Ayotte is still holding by about 27,000 votes. And it seems that her margin is getting bigger and bigger every time I check on her. Yeah. Once Kelly Ayotte's and Joyce Craig, her vote, their campaign is done. The only last one I'm going to watch for the governor is Washington State. Yeah, they need to confirm Texas, and they need to confirm Georgia too. He's still holding on to Wisconsin by a slight margin. And again, only 50%. And Michigan's still holding on. Let's see what's going on. He's actually not doing too bad in Wisconsin. It's going to definitely be the Milwaukee area that's going to be a big pain for him. But if Kamala really wants to win, she needs to get areas like Kenosha and Green Bay. Donald Trump still holds about 120,000 votes in Pennsylvania. They need to call Georgia. They need to call that. Alaska will be about 12 o'clock. Hawaii will be 11 o'clock. It was 4 electoral college votes. I thought it was 3. What the hell? Oh, Kamala has taken an edge in Virginia, which I go figure. I kind of expected that to happen. It's a very blue state, so yeah. I kind of expected that to happen. Man, how much longer do you think you can take? Sorry, I'm eating some popcorn. Yeah, Ted Cruz still has an edge over Colin Allred by 8 points. It's like, what the hell? Let me call that. I can understand why I'm not calling these races, but that they need to call. Helen Yodi is still holding. That's incredible. I wonder if there's a better way to cite. You're really making me wait for Georgia. That's a big one. That's 16 electoral college votes. Hmm. Back to House. Senate race. Yeah, I think it's over for Hung Sao. I think they need to go ahead and confirm this. Because, yeah. He's trailing further and further behind now. I think it's over for Hung Sao. He did pretty damn well. Arizona flipped again. That's a state that's going to be flipping all night, though. Just trying to wait for them damn results in Georgia. Let's see. Kelly Ayotte still holding. Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick's still holding, not by much. Bernie Moreno is probably still going to hold. It still blows my mind that Bernie Sanders won as an independent. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, Ted Cruz is still holding his lead by almost 800,000. Why they have not confirmed him, I have no idea. That's really freaking ridiculous. He's won. I'm just gonna let you all know. Oh, man. Well, Kamala's retaken her lead in Maine. May not last long, though. New Hampshire. Yeah, I think she's still going to win New Hampshire probably by 20,000, 30,000 votes, somewhere around in that range. That's my guess. Wisconsin. Donald Trump's holding on to about 5,000 votes. These states are going to flip flop all damn night. So Arizona. See the Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake is still not doing well in Arizona, so nor is Nella Dominici. Donald Trump is... Yeah, that's another place that's going to flip-flop all damn night. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, these places are going to flip-flop. Kamala's not really winning by that much of a margin in Virginia, which is surprising. Michigan flipped again, but it'll, like I said, these two states are going to flip flop all night. Georgia, I think that they really just need to go ahead and confirm Georgia. I don't know what the hell's going on. Mexico, 305. Yeah, Kamala's probably going to win New Mexico. They probably need to go ahead and just confirm it for Kamala. Where are they getting their... They're already starting getting votes from Minneapolis and St. Paul. Senate. I think Hung Sao's lost. Yeah, it's over for Hung Sao. Bernie Moreno is still holding on, and Dave McCormick is still holding on. Alyssa Slotkin still holding on. Tammy Baldwin. Yeah, these are very tight races up here, up in the Rust Belt. I don't fucking understand this. This is starting to actually getting irritating. Look at this, 800,000. Yeah, and yet they still have not confirmed Ted Cruz. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, 71% of the vote. There's no way Colin Allred is going to win this. Minnesota flipped again. Sorry, not Minnesota. Michigan flipped again. Like I said, it's going to flip all night. Yeah, it's going to be light dead, light dead, light dead. North Carolina, 84% of the vote apparently is in. Donald Trump is still leading. Kamala Harris is only leading by about 17,000 votes in Virginia. And Georgia, for some reason, just stopped. Yeah, it's just stopped in Georgia. It looks like it's these last two counties. Yeah, that's to be expected. The Atlanta area. $2,433, 88% reported, and then 243,000, 2,433,000, 2,280. Yeah, he's still leading by 100,000 votes. That's no good. Michigan, still leading Michigan by 10,000. It'll flip. It'll flip and flop and flip and flop all night. Why have they not confirmed this yet? Ted Cruz is gonna win. It's not like this. It's not like Pennsylvania or Ohio. Actually, the margin in Ohio is starting to get pretty bad. That's ridiculous. They need to confirm that. Yeah, that's just completely stupid. Okay. Let's see how it's going over here. Looks like Katie Ayotte is projected to win New Hampshire. How about that? 57% of the vote. Reported 240,000 votes. That's not confirmed, but she is projected to win. That puts the governors over the margin for Republicans. The last one I'm going to watch for the governors is Washington. That's just crazy. A Republican in New Hampshire and Vermont. Huh. But an independent senator for Vermont. Okay, they need to confirm this. This is that's over 800,000 people. Again, Georgia has just stopped. They've just stopped. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Arizona, just by 1,000 votes in Arizona. Oh, what state was... Oh, Montana. Yeah. Montana. Donald Trump still lagging behind by about 30,000 votes in Virginia. That's still pretty damn good for Virginia. And he's lagging behind by about 20,000 in New Hampshire. And that's what I thought. You know, he's probably going to lose New Hampshire by about 20,000, 30,000 votes. Yeah. Let's see. In 18 minutes... Nevada still has not closed down her reporting any polls. Washington, Oregon, California. I don't understand. Why in the hell is it's just stopped? These last 3 counties have just stopped. They need a report. Washington, it'll be at 10. House, Senate. Martin Hernick is projected to win New Mexico. Go figure. It's New Mexico. Arizona, I think Kari Lake is probably going to lose. But I don't know. Dave McCormick, that's a pretty tight race. Ohio, it's starting to be actually not so much anymore. Bernie Marino is probably going to win. And Ted Cruz, why, I don't understand what the hell's going on. They need to confirm Ted Cruz. And Georgia's just stopped. What the hell? Yeah, they're literally at 88%. They just need to finish it. What the hell's going on? Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know. See what the dum-dums are up to. By what? What? What did you get jump scared by? Oh, that's irritating. That's really irritating. Senate races, I need to confirm. Dude! It's over! He's dead! Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's still leading in Pennsylvania. And he's starting to trail in Virginia, to be expected. He's still leading in North Carolina. And he's still leading in Georgia. And nothing's happened. Like, literally nothing. They've stopped at 88%. Oh, gosh. Minnesota, Wisconsin. He's still leading in Wisconsin for right now, and Michigan, but that could easily flip-flop at any moment. I gotta figure out. Probably may have to look up what the hell's going on in Georgia. Why they shouldn't just stop like that. Yeah, 97%. Yeah, it shouldn't just stop like that. Okay, in 13 minutes, these last polls are gonna start shutting down. Results expected soon. Then where's the results? I don't see any results. Okay. Pennsylvania, 21,000. He's still leading in Pennsylvania by 100,000 votes. $22,000 in Michigan. Not much in Wisconsin. No, that's the white whale. He ain't gonna get Minnesota. He's still lagging behind by about 23,000 votes in New Hampshire. Governor. Yeah. Senate race. Yeah, it's over. They need to go ahead and confirm Timothy Kane. And they need to confirm freaking Ted Cruz too, because it's over for Colin Allred. I mean, look at that margin. By almost 900,000 votes. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Let's see. Again, they've just stopped. It's just stopped. Oh, man. I'm gonna go pee real fast. Two, 4, 7, 8. Okay, well it's 90 now. They're going again. Donald Trump is still winning by 140,000 votes in Georgia. I think they really just need to confirm Georgia. Are they going to confirm Virginia? I would think they would. I think it's starting to become less narrow now. 107, yeah. She's winning by 60,000 votes now. I think it's about time they confirm Virginia for Kamala. Senate race, Texas. They need to confirm Ted Cruz. That is ridiculous. Pennsylvania. Yeah, Dave McCormick's not holding his lead as well as he was. Bernie Moreno's probably going to win. Yeah, Bernie Moreno's going to win. Michigan, Mike Rogers, that's basically anybody's game. Governor. Two, three, four, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. She's losing Pennsylvania by about 100,000 right now. Michigan. Probably need to go ahead and confirm New Mexico for Kamala. Alright, 7 minutes. They're closing down the polls here. I don't know why Nevada is taking so damn long. Yeah, that's to be expected. Dave McCormick. He's still holding on, but I don't know. Hung Sao. I don't understand why they haven't confirmed Timothy Kane. Hung Sao is probably not going to win. He was doing good for. I mean, the numbers were doing all right for a while, and he did pretty well, but yeah, it's just not enough. Virginia. Yeah, Donald Trump's lead in Virginia is starting to wane. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to win Virginia. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, he's still trailing behind by about 20,000 votes in New Hampshire. Kamala, I think, is going to win New Hampshire by about 2-3 points. She's probably going to win by about 20,000, 30,000 votes, my guess. Oh, man. Still holding on to some pretty narrow leads in Wisconsin and Michigan, but like I said, those states are going to flip-flop all night. Yeah. They might need to confirm North Carolina. They might need to start thinking about confirming North Carolina, too. They really need to confirm Georgia. Because Donald Trump is leading by almost 100,000 in that state right now. More than 100,000. And it's already 90% reported. I can't imagine, the race going on for much longer in that state. House, Senate. There's not really any more tight races going. Dave McCormick's still holding on to his margin. Bernie Marino is probably going to win. Mike Rogers, maybe Wisconsin. It's hard to say. Mm-hmm. Yeah, about 140,000 votes. Donald Trump is leading right now in Georgia. I'm going to do a refresh, I guess. No, they still haven't updated Georgia. Oh, man. Florida. Why is my name Florida? 235. Still leading by 110,000 in Pennsylvania. That could change pretty quick. Are they still not confirmed Ted Cruz? Gosh. He's gonna win. I don't understand. 75% of the vote is in and he's 800,000 votes ahead. You don't come back from that. Alright, well in 2 minutes the polls over here are going to start closing down. Idaho is going to go for Trump, and I think the entirety of the West Coast is going to go for Kamala. Yeah, especially for, like California, Oregon, Washington. Yeah, California especially. That's her home state, so. Still leading by a good margin in North Carolina. He's trailing behind by about 50,000 votes in Virginia. And he's leading by almost 140,000 in Pennsylvania. Let's say Donald Trump's last states that he's going to win, confirmed, is Idaho and Alaska. So that's going to be another extra 6 points. But these last few, they're going to be the ones that be the zingers. Kamala's going to win Washington, Oregon, and California. Yeah. Nevada. I don't know, we've been waiting on Nevada for a pretty freaking long time. Nothing from Georgia. Supposed to win that state. He's 200,000. He's 200,000 votes ahead. You don't come back from that. Okay, yeah, they already confirmed Washington and California for Kamala. So, to be expected. I don't know, I guess they're giving Trump a shot. Yeah. I don't know. What is taking Georgia so damn long? You know, what is taking these 3 counties so unbelievably long? Governor race, House, Senate. They still, even though Ted Cruz is still 800, 900,000, 75% of the fucking vote has been put in already. Dave McCormick, Ohio, Mike Rogers, Wisconsin. I think Kari Lake's gonna lose. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, this is the long haul here. And they're taking forever to confirm these states. Yeah, the Portland area is just basically going to rule this state, so Kamala's going to win that state for sure. So win Oregon. Oh gosh. It's 10 o'clock now. Senate races. Still things are going on in Pennsylvania. I think they need to go ahead and confirm Bernie Moreno. I think it's pretty much set in stone at this point. And they need to confirm Ted Cruz as well. He's basically 900,000 votes ahead, with 75% of the vote in. Oh man. Well, yep, Georgia's just completely stopped. North Carolina's more or less stopped. Trump is still ahead in Arizona by about 3,000 votes. Senate, they need to confirm Ted Cruz. Governor in Utah. Results expected soon. Is this even updating? Are they even counting anymore? Okay, I guess they are. Yeah. Why has it gone back down to 88%? It's gone. It was at 90, now it's at 88. Do something of interest, please. Man, they're not doing anything. It's like the whole thing just shut down. $10 o'clock. And still nothing out of Nevada. Nothing. And they were supposed to be counting way like hours ago, like almost an hour ago. Let's see if anything's going on in Virginia. Kamala still has a slight lead in Virginia. She's probably going to win Virginia. Yeah, that looks about right. Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Florida. Yeah, it's like it all shut down. I wonder if anyone else is covering this right now. I guess they are. Yeah, it's slowing down again. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Arizona stopped counting. Georgia stopped counting. North Carolina stopped counting. Oh, man. I don't think those numbers have moved at all since the last time I left. Oh my gosh. They haven't even confirmed New Mexico or Virginia. They are taking their sweet ass time, that is for sure. Yeah, the results for even... Is there a better version of this out there? 2024 electoral. I want the New York Times. Yeah, I don't want... That's for something else. Yeah, AP, I don't want CNN. BBC, NBC. Politico. I guess Politico would be okay. Oh man. Yeah, it's just completely stopped. That shuts down at 11. Kamala's going to win Hawaii. Trump's going to win Alaska. Yeah. Okay, now it's back up to 90. So those are the last 3 counties. McCormick. I think Bernie Moreno, they need to just confirm Bernie Moreno. And they need to confirm Ted Cruz. And they also need to confirm Timothy Kane. Well, what's going on right now for Dave Reichak and Bob Ferguson? Yeah, Kamala's going to win Washington. Seattle, yeah. $130,000 votes. You don't make that up with 10%. Trump's leading by about almost 200,000 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, this is always the most tedious part. These last few swing states. Arizona, they haven't done anything in Arizona at all. Oh, they confirmed something for Trump. What did they confirm? They confirmed North Carolina. How about that? They confirmed North Carolina. 89% reported. 2.5. Okay. Alright. So that puts Trump at 230. If he takes Georgia, which he probably will, that's another 16. That puts him up at 246. If he takes Pennsylvania, that's another 19 points. So he's going to need, for Kamala to win, she's at 179. She could win Arizona. That would get her up to 190. Then she'll take Minnesota. So yeah, 189. And then 90. Yeah. She's going to have to take Wisconsin. She's going to have to try and sweep the Rust Belt to She needs a Rust Belt state to win because she's not going to win Georgia. At 130,000 points down, she's not going to win Georgia. That's just not going to happen. Virginia. That's another 13. She needs a Rust Belt state to win. And Donald Trump to win. Georgia would help. That'd put him at 246. And let's say he takes Pennsylvania, 246. 19. It's going to put him at 263. And then he needs one more state for 7. All he would need... Oh, wait, no. Nevada's 6, isn't it? Yeah. All he would need is 2 more states. No, all he would need is 1 more state. If he takes Georgia and Pennsylvania, all he needs is 1 more state to win. So, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Arizona. Yeah, one of those 3. No, Nevada wouldn't put him over the edge. That would be his most logical way to victory. For Kamala really doesn't have to do too much because she's going to win Oregon. She's going to win Virginia. She's going to win Minnesota. Yeah, it's going to come down. It's going to come down to these last few states to see who wins the election. They still haven't confirmed Ted Cruz. That's just incredible to me. They still haven't confirmed Timothy Kaine either. Yeah, Bob Ferguson's probably going to win, mainly just because that area right there. Put North Carolina, huh? What's going on in the Senate race? Ohio. They need to go ahead and they need to confirm Bernie Moreno. Dave McCormick. That's pretty close. I wouldn't confirm that yet. Okay, that's still a long ways to go. That's still a long ways to go. That's really close. And they need to confirm this. Ted Cruz won. They've been blue balling this the entire time. Arizona. Pretty sure Kari Lake lost. Governor, Washington. Bob Ferguson is probably going to win. It's crazy that Kelly Ayotte managed to win that. 230 Trump. 187 Harris. It's gonna come down to the Rust Belt. Because Donald Trump's gonna win Georgia. I don't know about Arizona. New Hampshire. He's still trailing behind in New Hampshire by about 20,000 votes. And he's still... Oh yeah, Maine. Maine is still like 3-4 electoral college votes, and some by chance he managed to win New Hampshire. Yeah, I don't see that happening though. Oh, did they just confirm something else for Kamala? Or did they confirm Virginia? No, they can confirm. Probably Massachusetts. Why didn't they confirm that earlier? Why is nothing is coming out of Nevada? Nothing. What is going on with that? There's nothing that has come out of Nevada yet. That is so bizarre. Yeah, they probably need to go ahead and confirm Virginia for Harris. Yep. They just confirmed Timothy Kane to win for Virginia. Okay. Well, Hong Sao actually did pretty damn good compared, for Virginia, That's a pretty blue state. Dave McCormick is still ahead. Bernie Moreno, they need to confirm Bernie Moreno. And Ted Cruz. He's 900,000 votes ahead. You don't make that back. Yeah. %, huh? They need to confirm Georgia. They need to do that. It's just stopped in Arizona, and there's nothing that is coming out of California. Nothing. Donald Trump is still leading by almost 200. Now he's leading by almost 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Oh, y'all want to see a funny meme while we're waiting? There you go. And they're really blue balling Georgia, that's for sure. Gosh darn. He's won. He's literally almost more than 100,000 votes ahead. And you're saying that only 9% of the vote is left? You don't make that up. You don't make that back. Trump is gonna win Georgia, and he might win Pennsylvania. I don't know. And then these states. Kamala's probably going to win Minnesota. She's going to win New Mexico. She's going to win Virginia. I don't know, man. Still haven't confirmed Ted Cruz yet. That's McCormick. Oh, they finally confirmed Bernie Moreno. Finally. Good gosh. Only took them all night. Yeah, Bob Ferguson won by a landslide. Shit. Wow. Yeah, that's mainly because of Seattle. Yeah, you can't really do any. If you're a Republican in that area, you can't really do anything because of Seattle. Yeah. They would just. Trump's still lagging behind by about 30,000 votes there. Still. Yeah, but that's Maine, and it's still taking a while, so. Oh, man. Yeah, they need. Ted Cruz is literally almost 1 million votes ahead of Colin Allred, and they still haven't confirmed him. That's freaking gay, and they know it. Now this is winnable, for Bob Casey. He's only 100,000 points behind. That's still winnable. This is not. 1 million points down, and 76% of the vote reported. This is still winnable for both candidates. This is still winnable for both candidates. That is not. Let's see how my home state's doing. About what I expected. Yeah. About what I expected. Yeah. Nothing from Utah, huh? Oh, what did they confirm? Oh, New Mexico for Harris. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Yeah. It's gonna come down to these states here. Come on, man. You got you. He's a million points. He is a million votes ahead. You don't win that. Yeah. Yeah, that's Oregon for you. Nothing from Utah. And there's still nothing from Nevada. Absolutely nothing from Nevada. Nothing at all. And nothing's changed about Arizona. I'll refresh it, see if anything happens. Got it. No. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. Promise me. Promise me. Yep. Oh, Georgia. I mean, I don't even know what. They haven't even confirmed Virginia, and Kamala's like 120,000 points ahead. And they haven't confirmed Georgia yet, when Trump is literally 100, 150, 140,000 points ahead, with 91% of the vote in. Mexico completely blew, huh? And nothing from Utah. Nothing. Still nothing from Nevada either. I'm gonna get ready because Hawaii's gonna, I mean, yeah. Hawaii's gonna start closing their polls. Alaska's gonna start closing their polls. Here they come. Oh, finally they confirmed Ted Cruz. Oh man. Gosh darn, man, they were really dragging that one out. Yeah, they got to 900. They were really dragging that one out. Next one, I guess, would be Dave McCormick versus Bob Casey. This one's still pretty close. And that one is still anyone's game, too. So, yeah. They should have confirmed that a way while back ago. What? What state did they confirm for Kamala? Oh, Virginia. Virginia. Hanging out with little boys in spandex again. Yes. Pennsylvania. These two, man. Let's say Trump gets Georgia and Pennsylvania. Well, that's going to put him at 263. All he would need to do if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia is either win Michigan or Wisconsin, Arizona. No, not Nevada. He could win Maine and then New Hampshire, and then he would still win. 270. Kamala's probably about to win Minnesota here in a minute. Yeah, she's probably about to win Minnesota. That's another 10 points, right? Yeah, 215. Yeah, it's going to come down to the Rust Belt. The Rust Belt. They need to confirm Georgia, man. That's getting ridiculous. I'm bleeding. I'll be right back. House races going on. Governor, House, Senate. The last Senate races that I'm interested in are the Rust Belts. And maybe this one in Maine. Other than that, it doesn't really matter. All the governors are done. I don't care about any of the governors. They're all done. I don't really care about the House too much, as long as we get the majority. As long as, you know, whatever. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are the only ones I'm interested in. Amy Klobuchar, yeah, that's Minnesota. So, Carrie Lake, I just don't see that she has a chance in hell in winning. Could win Pennsylvania. He could win. Maybe he could win Michigan. Maybe. And he's still trailing ahead in Wisconsin, too. And he's winning just by a tad bit in Arizona right now. Man, those races are awesome. Why is there nothing coming out of Nevada? There's literally nothing coming out of Nevada. Nothing. What is up with that? Like, there's literally, like, they were supposed to open up way before that, like hours before any of these other states. Oh, good grief. See, so Hawaii's polls are going to start shutting down at 11. Kamala will win Hawaii easily. Georgia, I think they really just need to confirm Georgia. I don't understand why they haven't. It's these three it's those three counties. One right next to Macon, and then the two in southern Florida, which border a bunch of red counties. $16 million right now. Yeah, still ahead in the popular vote. Surprising. Let's see. Yeah, he's still behind about 27,000 votes in New Hampshire, and he's still behind in Maine. Alright, well, I'm starting to get a little bored just sitting here looking at the screen. Oh, Chimama. Well. Oh. Senate race. It's not looking good for Kari Lake. Dave McCormick. Mike Rogers. Eric Hovde. It's like all the House races are about done. All of the Senate races are all about done too, except for up in the Rust Belt. .93%, 93% now. And Donald Trump is still more than 100,000 points ahead in Georgia. Good grief. I think I confirm it. Pennsylvania. 2953, 2734. Hey, hey, hey. New Hampshire. Still about more than 20,000 votes behind. Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is still leading by a decent margin there. I think it's just this county here that's kind of putting a damper. Why did Kamala just drop? Did she drop a point, or what the hell just happened? I swear she had more points than 205. Oh boy. Oh boy. Still nothing from Utah. Still 100,000 points ahead. Oh, man. How many more percentage points are they going to need? Pennsylvania. Arizona. There's still nothing from Nevada. After all this, what is wrong? What is going on with Nevada? Will someone please tell me what the hell is going on with Nevada? Okay, In 3 more minutes, they're shutting down the polls in Hawaii. Not that it really matters. He's going to vote for Kamala anyways. So it's going to put her at 209. Up in Redding and Fresno. Yeah, he's still trailing behind about 20,000 votes in New Hampshire. I think that's how it's going to work, too. Maine. Really didn't lose. Georgia. Minnesota's probably about to go to Kamala here in just a minute. They'll put her at 215 and 219 won Hawaii. Nothing in Nevada for some bizarre reason. See how the Senate races are going. Same old in Pennsylvania. Yeah, same thing for the Rust Belt. Yeah, Spencer Cox is probably going to win that. $209. She just won a state. Was it Vermont? No. Hawaii. Yeah. To be expected. Yeah, not a single vote has been cast, and they confirmed it more. But that is Hawaii. I don't think Hawaii's ever voted for a Republican president once, so. Pretty intense Senate races going on here. The governors, that's basically done. House, I don't care too much about House. Senate. Yeah, Ted Cruz absolutely mopped the floor with. Yeah, he's winning by almost 1 million votes right now. Mopped the floor with Colin Allred. Two six two two 60 248. One 32 1 2 1 1 2 2. They need to confirm Georgia, man. I think Kamala's gonna narrowly beat Trump here in New Hampshire. Oh, man. Why is there no polling coming out of Nevada? Nothing I care to see. Okay. Oh. Let's go back to the Senate races. Dave McCormick is still leading. Mike Rogers is still leading. Eric Hovde is still leading. Tim Sheeny is still leading. Pretty sure Tim Sheeny will win because, you know, it's Montana. Frick. Let me look at Nebraska. Oh, screw you. Okay. 230 to 209. Okay, it's these two counties here that are taking so much damn time. One four one 1271 46%, 77%, 84%, 93%, 50%, nothing from Nevada, nothing. It's ridiculous. Why have we got nothing from Nevada? I'll be right back. Okay. Still at 93%. 28, 77, 84, 50. No info. Still about 29,000 votes behind. About 10,000 votes behind there. Very important Senate races are going down. Oh man. Oh. I'm gonna lay down for just a minute. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm just. Oh. Seeing if anything changes. Oh. Gosh, Storm. Yeah. Nothing's changed. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, New Hampshire, Maine, Senate races are looking pretty much the same. Well, there's one good thing, at least. This is kind of reminding me of 2021 again. It started all slowing down around this hour. To the last couple of swing states. Well, this thing just completely stopped in Georgia tonight. Georgia Senate races, McCormick, Michigan, Wisconsin. Okay, I'm gonna take like a 20-30 minute nap, and I'll be back. Stream's not going anywhere, but I'll be right back. Oh. hell? $267, huh? Huh. Well, Donald Trump, all he's got to win is Alaska. He wins. How long do you win by a 2,000 margin? Oh, damn. They still haven't called any of the. He won. Pennsylvania. Literally right now, Trump all he has to do is just win one state. It doesn't matter what it is. Huh. Did they completely just stop counting? Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to be ending the stream, I guess. Thanks for watching.